welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way!
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Hello and welcome, Brawl Stars Nation. We got another excellent day, show, season for you because it's day number 1. Technically, we're not the first on screen. Shout out to our friends Ark and Kenny, who showed up a little bit earlier. But the cool guys are here. It's me and Reddy. We're cool. We're hanging out. Reddy, how you been, man? Good to see you.
Dude, it's good to see you again. First time since Worlds, and it has been such a journey within the game and out of the game since then. Hope all the audience out there is taking care as well. And buckle in, it's going to be a very, very fast-paced day here in Latam South.
Facts. You know, Brawl Stars has always been a really cool, fast-paced game with a lot of changes from month to month, and with a new season year to year, we didn't want to leave you guys, you know, in the dust or anything. So we've got some big changes. Some changes to the way you qualify into the game, some changes to the way you actually play the game, some changes to the game itself. By Siege. We'll get into it a little bit later for sure. Real quick, though, I think the biggest change is going to be the power match format. That by far, I mean, drastically changes the way you approach the game here, Reddy. I think when we look at what's going on here, this is the biggest deal for me.
Yeah, power match format. I mean, last year we talked all about the rock, paper, scissors meta, and now it is completely changed. We'll dive into that more just a little bit later. For the time being, though, let's talk about the rest of the format. A top 8 single elimination bracket, just like 2021, and we also have a best of 3 format for the quarterfinals, and as we move into the semifinals and the finals, it's going to move on to a best of 5. That is 5 sets of power match on predetermined maps, which we're going to explore in just a moment as well. So super, super exciting stuff. The most important things changing, though, are going to be that power match format.
Definitely keeping an eye on how players approach that, and these are the players that are going to be approaching that to begin with. So we're down here in Latam South, and we've got 4 quarterfinals matches coming at you as 8 teams make it here to this final spot. Again, just a reminder, you qualify in-game, and then we have a closed qualifiers, and then we come here to our monthly finals. ZeroZone goes up against Arena Quesito on our first match, and then we'll fill in the blanks a little bit later, but just to shout out all the teams: Zakron Gaming, Portuguesa Esports, Embananados Free Agents, KIB Esports, and AC Milan, Qlash, Chasmac Gaming, BR. Those are the teams that we're going to be watching, and that match number 4, I think, is going to be a big deal. Reminder, all these teams playing for millions of dollars, a ton of dough on the line here, Reddy. And so that's what all these teams are thinking. Now I want to know what you're thinking about the teams. So we got 8 of them. I said match number 4 is where my mind is at. What are you looking at?
Oh, no doubt. I got my eyes on match number 4 as well. For anyone who wants a little bit more information, we're looking at Chasmac Gaming, which is last year's INTZ roster, who went to Worlds, and we're looking at the opposing team, AQM's roster. They're composed of half of Aphelian's roster, another qualifying team from Latam South for last year's Worlds, as well as Renegados, one of the top teams in this region from last year. There's a really star-studded cast for match number 4, and I think either of these guys has a very realistic chance of taking match number 7, the grand finals today, and getting a whole lot of points to qualifying for Worlds.
That was the big thing last year at Worlds, was looking at Chasmac Gaming, formerly then INTZ. They really upset some of the higher end teams, and when they got there, a lot of the fans at home were really, really happy because they earned them a lot of points in their viewing platform at home. So a reminder for you guys that weren't here with us at LAN last year, we're keeping that going this year as well. So you can go ahead and watch the game as per usual. Nobody's going to chase you away, but if you want to go to the next step, really become like a chromatic brawler yourself, event.brawlstars.com. You'll be able to watch the game right there, but also be able to put in your own predictions, be able to earn some cool stuff. And every time you watch through that platform, you're able to earn points that gets you some exclusive things. We have a really cool pin up there, and don't worry, if you don't earn it today, right here, all the broadcasts that we have going on throughout the weekend and next weekend, all point forward. So again, event.brawlstars.com gets you into the nitty gritty, and we're going to help you cheat. Listen, you guys put in predictions there, and Ready Set knows everything there is to know about Brawl Stars, so I'm going to ask him what his predictions are, and you can just copy them, and if you get them wrong, you can add him on Twitter and yell at him. So Ready Set. All right, no pressure. What are your predictions here? Looking at the bracket, you know what? I'll go first. I think we'll come back to quarterfinals once since we're going to cast it and do all that. So I'm looking at Zakron Gaming and Portuguesa Esports. This one's a little bit more tough. I'm on the side of Zakron Gaming.
Really? I'm on the side of Portuguesa, and I'll tell you why. It's because they got Parzival, right? We got a 2019 World finalist in our hands, yeah. And you know, it was I guess almost 3 years ago by this point, but that name has never left the back of my head. I will never, ever, ever forget seeing that guy back up on stage playing for Space Station Gaming when they were still playing Brawl Stars, and I've been following his journey ever since. I got high hopes for this roster, but I also do firmly believe that they will take the win.
All right, big brain. All right, you go first this time. Quarterfinals number 3, Embananados. I'm getting that right. Banana. Yeah, okay. I'm just counting the amount of nanas. Yeah, so, all right, that team versus KIB Esports. I went first last time. Now you got to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at KIB. This is their first time for each of their players competing in a monthly final. Embananados, they do have a little bit of monthly finals experience. We saw that at the tail end of 2021. They competed in the last 2 monthly finals. So if only judging by that, I would definitely have to say that Embananados does have the upper hand. But here's the thing, is that we're leaving out the last 3 months that have happened, right? Plenty of room for off-the-record development and third-party tournaments that we have not seen yet by the side of KIB. So I don't know. I think that Embananados does have a very realistic chance of taking this one, but I agree that this is going to be a pretty close one.
Match number 4 is where all the stops are going to be pulled out. I'm not going to ask you to go on that one because, again, I think that one's real close. You guys got to do your own homework for sure. So I think big picture, some of these are hard to really lock down because, like you said, it's been a while since we've seen the teams. They're going to be changing their approach to the game because the game's kind of demanded it. As we said, there have been some changes to the format. So first and foremost, qualification. So it's a more stringent qualification matter, which I don't think this really changes the approach to the game. You still qualify in game with the way you qualify inside, and then you come to the closed qualifiers, which is double elimination now. So we will see almost guaranteed better teams make it on through because they have to do it not once but twice. Then when we're here at our monthly finals, then we sit down and have our single elimination. That's all well and good, pretty normal. Another big change, we're losing Siege and we're gaining Knockout. And so that's going to be a little bit of a change to the way things are approaching. Ultimately, I think that's something we'll see more on the field than in the brain. The biggest thing, though, is that power match format ready. I think at the end of the day, last year, you mentioned the RPS type approach. We look at the best brawler and you go binary. Yet, can we play it or play against it? Yes or no. Do we ban? Yes or no. Now there's more nuance. Now we see a first pick, second, third, and you're going snake. So that's really going to change things. We used to sit here and go, all right, who's the best brawler and what are they going to pick? Now we have to have a more deeper conversation. I think we're going to see more compositions.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, when you enforce that no 2 teams can play the same brawler, then you're going to have such a large variety of compositions, for better or for worse, right? Let's say you're talking about Shooting Star, where the meta is basically Piper, Tick, and Nanny. Now, suddenly, those 3 brawlers are not available for the other half of the match. So you got to start improvising. You got to start thinking outside of the box. And that is one of the things that I love about the Power Match format, is it gets people thinking about what other brawlers to use besides the very best ones. You also have the introduction of bans, right? There's still going to be the blind bans as well, but these bans, you don't have to pick the brawler, basically, to ban it. The final thing, though, that is so intriguing about the Power Match format is you start things off with a coin flip. That determines who is going to be picking first, and then the enemy team actually gets the last pick. And an observation that I've made that you guys can keep in the back of your head over time is the more balanced the game gets, the more powerful the final pick gets to be, right? There's not a go-to pick for the first team, and the other team getting the final counter pick is super, super, super strong. It's something that we observed in Siege last year. If you get that last bot, then you are basically going to win the game. If you get the last pick, then you have a very, very good chance of winning the game. The more balanced the meta is, simply because you can pick a counter.
Yeah, well, we'll see that really develop. Meta to meta, that really changes whether you want first pick or last pick. And when we say this, I get very happy because I'm a stickler for words, and this is actually the meta game, the game outside of the game. And so we've talked a lot about, like, in the clouds and philosophical. All right, ready. What are they playing? Like, give it to me right now. What are we expecting to see? Who's the #1 brawler, and how do you respond?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, #1 brawler, and this is pretty, variant region by region, but I think it's got to be Feng. Feng, untouched completely by the last set of balance changes. He's got a new gadget that has an AoE stun, a really powerful ability that was a total X factor when Buzz was introduced into the game, and now is a green button ability for Feng. That plus he can travel super, super far across the map and can recharge his super with relative ease. He has really good chip damage and the great ability to poke at long distances. You can farm up that super. So if you are the team that has the second pick, you're gonna want to ban Feng, because if you don't, then the team with the first pick is going to be picking Feng, right? And if you're the team with the first pick, you don't ban Feng. You ban the second best brawler. And we got some choices there, right? Really strong brawlers right now. Ruffs is a super strong brawler. Max also powerful at mid. Pam is another one to keep your eyes peeled for. Griff got a big buff as well, so keep your eyes peeled for those guys.
Definitely expect to see some of the old-fashioned powerhouses for sure, but that's enough talk. Why don't we get in the game? Match #1 coming at you right now. BSC 2022 starts. Well, last broadcast with Ark and Kenny, but this one starts now, Latam South. So let's jump into it. Coming off the top, ZeroZone versus Arena Quesito, and these two teams should be fun to watch. I don't know their style. I think that's one of the exciting parts about coming into a new season, is that we have a little bit of hangover with some of the teams that have played before, but a lot of times my whiteboard is empty, and I fill this up over the course of the season. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of like we've shaken the Etch-a-Sketch, and now we're ready to roll. So ZeroZone and Arena Quesito. I know you're deeper in the trenches. Is there any info out there? Do you know what these guys are going to go for?
No, I can't say with confidence. I mean, in the Latam South region, though, typically players will like to play tanks and healers in combination. Poco Double Tank was the total meta for a while, and honestly, that is going to be a powerful strategy on our first map of the day. It is going to be Ring of Fire here on Hot Zone. We'll get those blind bans rolled out in just a moment. I think really a good ban here would be, and I told you to look out for it. There's Pam. And yeah, no Feng, interestingly enough, definitely in the cards for these players. But I will say, I think one of the brawlers that we're going to be looking out for as well, perhaps as one of the first picks, is going to be Byron, because of that long distance healing that he's able to supply, plus good kill confirmation with his super, which has a ton of damage.
Here's a big thing that I want to mention, folks. So our draft that we do here at the beginning of the match, not the set and not the game. And so these compositions will have to be played all throughout the best of 3, and then once we reach the finals and the semifinals are also best of 5s, those will have to last through the entire time. So we play Hot Zone, and then at the end we move to Jam Grab. And you've got to take the same composition. You do not get to change. So if you're sitting here going like, all right, we have Bounty, we're going to pick all sharpshooters, well, that's going to be a failure if the next game mode is hot zone in number 2. So you've really got to keep your mind open here. And we've got a spike pick down there. I'm gonna wait on confirmation to see if that's correct or not, because obviously things are up and down right now. But when it comes down to it, I think that's going to be a big part of the thought process here. Ready is the idea that we're playing hot zone here, and then after this comes gem grab with Brawl Ball waiting in the wings. So if I'm picking and banning here, I'm making a composition that is going to win me hot zone and gem grab, which doesn't always complement each other.
Yeah, and that's always a tricky one to tackle. We'll see how the players have come along with it so far. We do see the spike first pick. Definitely a safe pick by ZeroZone to start things off. And Arena Quesito, they respond with a Byron and a Rico. Now, Byron, once more, safe pick. You have that healer in the mix. And actually, ZeroZone is going to counter with the Crow. That anti-heal is going to be quite powerful for dealing with the Byron. You also have this Rico over here. And keep in mind that Rico is going to be played exclusively, or he's going to succeed exclusively as a lane brawler. So if you choose not to play one of the left or right lanes, Rico's forced to play basically like a worse Colt, if you will. And that would be a major disadvantage. So not just comp-wise, gameplay-wise, right? Choosing your lanes-wise, there could be an advantage for ZeroZone. However, they should choose to tackle this. We also see the Bell pick as well. Going to get to lay some nest eggs around the point as well to establish permanence at mid. And now it's going to be handed back over to Arena Quesito to get the last counter pick. This is a big decision and almost a bit of a mystery. There are a lot of factors to consider for the last pick, but it's going to be Sprout in the end.
I like the Sprout choice. I really do like the Sprout choice. Now, just to amend what I said earlier, we actually are going to see a new draft. That's totally on me, guys. My mistake. I'm the loser here. And so we're going to be playing Hot Zone with this draft. But then when we go to Gem Grab, we will get a new draft. And so that, like I said before when I was wrong, drastically changes the way you have to approach the game. And so with that in mind here, this Hot Zone selection, you know, I will always, I'm a Sprout believer. I will always talk well about Sprout. I think Sprout is a unique brawler, but also really useful in a number of different scenarios. And as we jump here into game number 1, I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. It's the ability to lock you out of the hot zone, right? Like, a lot of times we look at AMs or characters with area denial here for hot zone. Well, quite literally, Sprout can lock you out. So you've got to think about that one. No one, though, really getting aggro and stepping forward, taking down the opposition and allowing ZeroZone to look for the hot zone here ready. But Arena Quesito are the ones in the lead, 18-8 at the moment, 2:20 on the clock.
Yeah, it's actually a spectacular start for Arena Quesito. Looks like they are winning their lanes pretty effectively. They outmatch the enemy on pretty much all of these lanes. Here's the thing, though, is that they are playing primarily for control, and if ZeroZone is able to make a good unified push on the mid, that could seriously disrupt things, and it looks like that is going to happen right now. No one is going to get a little bit of capture on the point. Toxic does have to push up around the left side, and Eptic is actually going to be able to get around the right side. The main advantage that Trance had versus Eptic for a majority of that matchup on the right side was that he had the angle, and Eptic did not have line of sight. Now that Eptic is pushed up pretty far and in a secure position, he's going to be able to cause all kinds of mayhem on the back lanes. He will end up going down, but this does open the doors for Alonso to get a little bit of capture on that point as well. ZeroZone, though, are still actually going to manage to take the lead. If they're once again able to make this unified push on the mid, then Arena Quesito might find themselves scratching their head and looking for a new plan of attack.
I think ZeroZone's look to, that's really big. The big cactus, which when it first came out, we laughed a lot about it, to be honest with you. But it has been doing work here. And Alonso has been a big part of what's allowed ZeroZone to really maintain control here, sitting on the point and absorbing 1 or 2 shots with the big cactus and really making themselves known. A little bit of over-aggression there, in my opinion. And ZeroZone might have bitten off more than they could chew. Here comes in AQ. And they are breaking down the gates here. 57 and counting. Still trailing, ready. But I think Arena Quesito can fight their way back in.
Yeah, no doubt. It did look like Trance also was having some difficulties at spawn there. Now he is back on the left lane, looking for that angle for Zeptic. Beautiful pinch between Trance and Toxic. These players that have been playing in a duo since last year, and it totally shows the synergies between these guys are amazing. Nonetheless, though, ZeroZone is doing a great job mechanically of dealing with these lane out matches, and it looks like they are going to be able to get that 100%. That is going to be the first game going to ZeroZone. Very well played by them, especially since it seemed like they were outmatched in the Brawler 1v1s throughout the majority of the game. It was just very, very synergized when they finally made a push on a mid, and it was difficult for Arena Quesito to react. With that, though, we're headed into the next game, and Arena Quesito can start to change things up.
Yeah, I really thought ZeroZone towards the end there might have bitten off more than can chew with Arena Quesito being able to step forward, but ZeroZone able to really just, they made the mistake and then they were able to counteract their own mistake. And so with that, you know, a lot of faith in the ZeroZone team. Arena Quesito lead at the moment by 15 and counting, but this is similar to how it started off as well already in game number 1. So I'm thinking here, although this lead's a little bit bigger than it was last time, I really can't count ZeroZone out until they lose.
Yeah, oh no, especially with Alonso doing a great job on the Rico 1v1 on the right side, in which he's totally outmatched, by the way. On the left side, though, Toxic is going to be able to win his lane in tandem with Christian. There's a good hedge as well that is going to protect them more or less from Eptic. Eptic does manage to get the kill, but there is the super kill confirmation from Christian. And now it is a 2v2. Christian still will get to hang out on this point. Does get tapped a couple times by the curveball from Alonso. Toxic also getting tapped by that super, and Christian now has to migrate over to the right side to start looking for some heals as well. We'll get a little bit of capture at mid as well, but still, Arena Quesito are totally in the lead here. It is nearing the point of no return for ZeroZone. We might find ourselves at a 1v1 scenario.
I need to see Epic go hard right here. This is what needs to happen. Christian's able to grab a kill against no one, and that was the second part of the offensive push that I was going to mention. I was going to say, I need to see Crow and the long-range stuff out of no one do work, and just like that, it starts to come together. No one down went at first, but we've got the response here as Crow is still alive behind enemy lines. Great use of the bushes there, and 92, not much breathing room here for ZeroZone, but they are climbing. Another kill for Crow, and now just 20% separate the teams. Christian keeping it up, looking to move in. This could be the end. Oh no! Ooh. Arena Quesito bite back, and we're going to a game 3.
Dirty, dirty, dirty sprout hedges throughout the entire game. Really, really well placed, and didn't think it was going to work so well with the Byron gameplay. Right, you are introducing this new obstacle that Byron is going to have to shoot around, but it ended up working for Arena Quesito. Obviously, they are very well tuned playing around the sprout, no matter where those hedges may go. Let's check out the matchups from ZeroZone, though, on the right side. We're still going to see Trance winning this 1v1. Might even get the kill on Alonso as well. This is decisively in Arena Quesito's favor to start things off.
Yeah, what we've really been seeing from Toxic is this, he hangs out by this water zone in the left lane and then drops down the hedges. And so Byron, I'm not going to say he's not impacted, but it's minimal impact from the sprout hedges. And so that's really like seems to be the big brain thought process here coming out from Arena Quesito is, once again, they find themselves with an early lead. Closer than game 2, but better than game 1. Which is funny because they lost game 1 but won game 2, and so who knows? We'll see if an early lead translates into a later one, and no, lead change, as they say in hockey, and ZeroZone are now, well, not anymore, fighting back.
And ZeroZone losing control of the zone. They're going to have to try and push back, but they are all very, very low on health. Toxic will look for an opportunity to get a little bit of damage. will throw that hedge in an emergency over to the right side, but gets taken down by Eptic in close range. Eptic now gets the chance to migrate to the back lines. Beautiful pinch here between No One and Eptic. Meanwhile, on the right side, Alonso is still struggling in this 1v1 versus Trance, and that's really just by virtue of the brawler choices here. Nonetheless, though, he is able to get some great dodges and get the kill on Rico. And that is going to allow ZeroZone a lot more control, a lot more pressure up here as well. We do see also damage amplifier on Christian, one of the crucial brawlers on Arena Quesito's side. And for now, he is relatively untouched, does manage to get the kill confirmation on No One as well. It is just back and forth from here on out. And there's a super as well from Alonso. Going to keep Christian off just a little bit, but still, No One is not able to confirm this kill on Christian.
No one has been, you know, left, middle, right has been great, good, needs improvement, I feel like. Eptic has actually swapped with Alonso, so my conversation seems backwards now, but Eptic has been the guy. He is the one that is really able to earn the victories forward, small or large, as Arena Quesito looks to claim their very large victory. That is going to be set number 1, and we get a look at Trance right here from Arena Quesito, and that is the face of a champion, taking down games 1 and 3, and that'll be a victory for them in the pocket. With Hot Zone in the background, we are moving on to Crystal Arcade, the gem grab map that we're going to take a look at. So again, we get a new draft here ready, set, and first of all, I like this move. I think that when it comes down to it, I probably repeat the Crow again, because Eptic was just real impressive and not intentionally disrespected them. I think he was one of the only high points for them in that matchup.
No, I totally agree. This was just an outplay, I think, mechanically, right, in this situation. Now, we looked at the individual brawler matchups, though, and, I mean, for me, it was Arena Quesito all the way from the draft phase, and this is, I mean, F-Dot, it is the metagame. It is the game outside of the game. These are not mind games, right? It's not abstract. You can see it before your eyes on your screen, the brawlers being picked. And I think that the pick phase was totally won by Arena Quesito. Now, we will see how this turns out in the next game as well, right? This is a, you know, really big upper hand to have to be favored in the draft phase. For Crystal Arcade, we're looking at a handful of brawlers. Byron, once again, is going to be one of those brawlers that we have our eye on. On the side lanes, though, we're looking at some Ash action, especially with Rotten Banana, this new gadget that he has that allows him to get his rage meter filled up, essentially for free. What you sit around and you heal up a little bit of health in exchange for a ton of rage. That is going to be perhaps one of the first bans that our teams go for. They are blind bans. Once more, I'm going to keep drilling that into your guys' heads time and time again. The team that loses the coin flip is almost definitely going to, yes, it is extremely vital as well, because it is, you know, it's different from last year. It's a bit difficult to wrap your head around because there's so many different draft phases that you can have. There's so many different possibilities for every single map, right? You got to consider like the top 8 brawlers for the map, because 6 are played and 2 are banned. It is a lot to consider. And I talked with some pros about it too. I was like, what is the meta like? And they're just like, the meta is, right? Not because it's unbalanced, but because it is just so much to think about.
That's the thing. You have invited an entirely new aspect of the game. Now, listen, there's a wide world of esports. If Brawl Stars is the only game that you watch, first of all, thank you. And second of all, there's a lot of different approaches to this type of draft format. You could have non-blind bans, you know, where you have to respond to the bans. You could have blind pick, which is what we saw last year as well. And so this is a little bit of a mix and match. It's a little bit different from some other systems with the blind ban, excuse me, and it introduces something that we don't see here but could see in the future, is the idea that although you can't pick the same brawler as the opposition because we have Snake, the bans are blind and you can both ban the same character, just like last year. And so there can be sort of a wasted ban, so to speak, if you guys both take out Fang because he's, you know, ridiculous in your mind, or you just haven't practiced against it, or whatever it is, you know. I just don't like the way Ruffs looks, and so that's a lie. I love dogs, but so like, you know, that's going to be a big deal about how you think about those bans. And so right off the top, first pick goes to Arena Quesito, and they're going to lean on Stu here for gem grab, looking for their gem carrier likely to be that first pick.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? First of all, I love the bans from these two teams. Arena Quesito, they're playing it safe by banning Ashe, even though they had the first pick. And yeah, this is exactly what I expected to happen. Big risk, actually, by Arena Quesito to pick Stu here, considering that ZeroZone did pretty well on the Spike last time, and Spike is a pretty hard counter for Stu, especially with the life plant. That life plant can suck up 2 or 3 shots from Stu, and his reload speed is not good, right? And Spike is able to pump out so much damage. With that life plant soaking up a lot of damage as well, Spike becomes a lot tankier, right, whenever it's around the life plant. So big risk, and we're going to see the Pam pick. That is going to be the mid brawler for ZeroZone. That's going to be their gym carrier. We're going to have to see how Arena Quesito responds with their next couple of picks as well, given that Pam is picked here. I personally like Jessie, but I think that is a bit of an unpopular opinion. Any brawlers that you're looking forward to seeing, though, F. I mean, there are definitely some favorite brawlers. I think Ruffs is getting pretty powerful in the meta, too, now. I don't know if we'll see him here, though.
That's where I was going to go, and kind of to echo what you were saying about Alonso's choice here on the Spike, is that the big cactus is going to absorb stuff, and likewise, you know, sandbags are going to be great. You got to look towards that. Okay, the penguin.
Okay.
Okay, that's my take on Mr. P. Like, strong brawler for sure, but okay. You know, when I look at this AQ composition, nothing is screaming synergy to me. It's just, I guess Trance plays there, Toxic plays there, and Christian plays there, which, to be fair, is not a bad thing. And that's, man, the change to draft pick is so big as we get more sneaky plantas on the side of ZeroZone. 2 plants with the cactus and Rosa with the plant hands here. But, you know, that's the thing for me. When I look at Arena Quesito, I see just, hey, we're good at these picks, and I'm totally fine with that. On the other side here, ZeroZone, this is an all-in comp. They are going to be up close and personal. Pam is really going to be whamming and bamming, and they're going to be looking for this melee approach. They're going to look for no one to kind of be in that middle, and Alonso and Pam supporting in a way. What do you think the response is from Arena Quesito?
I don't really know. I think, yeah, they would put Stu on Rosa, right, to try and kite Rosa. It's going to be pretty tough. Eptic is going to get taken down by no one, though. On the right side, this is going to be a tough matchup for Trance. He does have a minor range advantage on Alonso, but still, Alonso is not super affected by Mr. P's super. Here's the deal, is Mr. P is really great for when you're dealing with single target brawlers, like snipers, like Piper and things, because you're able to constantly pump out those porters. And now that Handle with Care is a part of Mr. P's kit, you're able to use the star power that gives your porters more health and a little bit more damage as well, which makes him even better for that. Honestly, from Arena Quesito, this is kind of an assortment of good brawlers, but from ZeroZone, this is not just an assortment of brawlers. These are the best brawlers on this map, and they're all on one team in a way that synergizes really, really well. And they already got the countdown. Not a single gem has gone to the side of Arena Quesito. I think this one's done and dusted. We'll see if Arena Quesito has anything to respond with later on.
Yeah, so again, banging this drum of the changes to the game with respects to draft mode. This is one of the examples that we will see rarely, and you're going to hear a lot of esports sages coming out here and saying, the game is never won in picks and bans, and I'm going to amend that by saying, the game is rarely won in picks and bans, and this is one of those small examples, I think. We'll have to see the second game to really confirm, but I mean, Reddy, you pretty much put it point blank. ZeroZone have the best brawlers, and they're doing it, and so it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how things go. I mean, Toxic is deliberately taking the left lane. Ooh, and he is able to confirm the kill onto Alonso as well. It's pretty much his main adversary, given that he's playing Stu into Spike. Ouch! And Toxic barely scrapes by alive and almost gets tapped by the curveball as well. Alonso's going to look for the kill with the with the super, but Toxic's able to dodge it. Very, very good mechanics by Toxic, but it's not going to win that. Yeah, coming in.
You
Alonso,
can't dodge that one.
Yeah, the 18-wheeler just struts through the left side, and ZeroZone still does have the lead here. We are going to see the speed from Christian, though, and that could do something. Here's the deal, is we got a lot of good abilities on the side of the Quesito. They just don't work together. The speed doesn't really help anyone. The borders don't really counter anyone on the side of ZeroZone. And ZeroZone, with the Spike pick, they're just going to continually rotate Spike onto the Stu lane, and that is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, again, you know, I'm not admonishing the approach from Arena Quesito. Clearly, it's not working here. But the idea that a lot of teams can outsmart themselves, and sometimes that's when it's cool to approach the way Arena Quesito is here. You come into the game and you got these big brain like thought process about, well, if they pick this and we can respond with that and we can do this and that. I'm just going to pick what I'm good at, man, and play the game and do the do, right? And gem grab might be one of the, I don't like it in gem grab, frankly. No. As a big turnaround here happens for Arena Quesito, this countdown could be the change because of the way the respawns have come out ready. 8 seconds and counting, great defense. This was a blunder by ZeroZone. We have built this up to be that there is no chance for Arena Quesito to get it. And just like that, they do, and we go to another game 3.
I take it back. I take it back. The max speed.
I know.
This is true. Okay, you know what? I gotta bring me back down. Right, excitement level. You know, no longer interfering with the analysis. Really big clutch with the speed, but I think they are still outmatched. Toxic is going crazy, though. What's going on the right lane? Zooming back and forth, one super after the other, is able to get the kill onto Eptic, the kill onto Alonso as well. Toxic is going to be the gem carrier. This is not the ideal situation for a Stu, but it is a better situation than Arena Quesito was in the last game. And this is simply an upward trend for them if they're able to continue this. If they're able to continue this journey. Toxic does need to dodge out the curveball. He's able to do so pretty well, and Christian manages to pick up the slack on dealing with this 1v1 on the left side.
So a nice change of pace here for Arena Quesito, and really what I saw there was they were the first ones to strike. So game number 2 was lost by ZeroZone. I think they just, blundered, and then Arena Quesito was able to take advantage, snatch down, and then use the speed to their advantage and run away with it, no pun intended. Here, ZeroZone wasn't able to stick their feet in the ground, right? That's what we had said that was going to happen earlier on, and that's kind of what we saw. So Arena Quesito strike early, and they get in there, and they get a big lead. Problem is, ZeroZone has now put their feet in the ground, and although Arena Quesito have the 7, the lead is in ZeroZone's hand, and it's going to be up to Arena Quesito ready to fight back and break out of this cell that ZeroZone has locked them in.
It's going to be tough. They got to take down Eptic, but Eptic just seems impossible to defeat. Just as I say that, though, he is taken down. No one takes his place, though. Now picking up that 9th gem. Ooh, and yeah, big kill on the right side. Toxic goes down. This is honestly really in Arena Quesito's favor, though, because now Toxic gets to play aggressively, zooms straight past Eptic, and Christian has to dodge out a lot of damage as well. Toxic is able to get that healing for gas heals. Christian's forced to go all the way to the enemy side. Wow! And he takes down Eptic. Toxic's able to get the kill, and Arena Quesito has control of mid. They can start this countdown, but they gotta hang on to mid. If Eptic is able to solidify himself in that right lane, this could be Arena Quesito having a fight versus a tied-up gem count.
Well, we are back-to-back right now. It's 11-10, Arena Quesito. Gem on the ground. ZeroZone can pick it up. Alonso walks to it. Gets the shot clock reset. Grabs number 12. And now 14 seconds in the blue side. Christian does have mid-control, and so canceled. Just like that. ZeroZone have the advantage when it comes to composition and ability to maintain control here, but Rita Quesito can absolutely come out and just go crazy like Christian did last time. This time it's from the right-hand side. Christian strikes on the left, takes the gem on the right. Christian strikes on the left, takes the gem on the right, and it's 14-0 as the kill winds up being a good look. And honestly, Ready, ZeroZone might have looked great in picks and bans. They might have looked great in game number 1, but look at Trance. He feels that. That's the come from behind victory here for Rita Quesito.
That was unbelievable. And honestly, I thought you might have to go back on your word, right? Because we were so quick to say that, yeah, this game for sure was won in the pick and ban phase. But no, they were able to bring it back with this comp purely by mechanics, especially with Max. It was absolutely insane, the comeback that we saw, as well as the Stu gameplay was just off the charts. Those two brawlers, in my opinion, carried the game. Mr. P, I think, it did have his moments, but it was just two other brawlers that I had my eyes on throughout the entire last set, and that comeback is going to take them on to the semifinals as well.
I mean, this is the best way that we could have had our first match go. I think objectively, that draft for ZeroZone was the better draft. That is the one that if you pay your coach, that's the draft he's going to tell you to do. And we saw it execute well in game number 1. And then the draft across the board had no synergy. Those characters had nothing in common. They were just what their guys were good at. And we saw them fail due to the strong execution of a strong composition in game 1. And then game 2 and 3, we saw very different approaches and we saw a different way to win. And I think that's one of the coolest things when it comes down to this draft approach is that there will be a right way to do things, but if you and your team are good, you can make it happen.
Not only that, right, but I mean, we talk as well about who is a favorite team coming into this matchup, and I think that we both agreed that ZeroZone does have a pretty good chance because they have a lot of experience doing well in the monthly finals, right? They are a tried and tested team. Rita Quesito, pretty much newcomers. I mean, they do have this duo that stuck with us last year and is returning this year, and a third brawler that is totally an X factor, right? But the format has also changed, and no longer do these older teams have as much of a leg up on the newer guys, right? Because everyone is having to learn this brand new format. And even though we did see a better pick phase by ZeroZone in that last set, Rita Quesito was able to do this with mechanics alone. And I think that goes to show what on earth has happened over the last 3 months. These players have been sweating, they've been grinding, they've been putting in the hours, and they are now taking what's theirs, right? Yes. So good stuff.
They're putting in the hours to get theirs. I like that. You're clever. Clever stuff. We'll see. We'll see if the next team is clever or if they're ready, because Ready's pretty clever. Zakron Gaming. You like that one? Yeah, you like that one. Zakron Gaming going head-to-head against Portuguesa Esports. And I'm eager to see these ones one more time because, again, beginning of the season, fresh slate. And like you mentioned, the old teams don't have the largest leg up anymore, but also here's some boomer esports sage wisdom is that the game's been around long enough that we are now seeing the unknowns come through with skill and style. When a game is young, you know all the players, and the new teams come in and it's like, okay, like they're gonna lose to my favorite player. Well, we're a hop, skip, a jump and a couple of years into pro Brawl Stars BSC type stuff. We have years into this, and now we're getting to the point where the new players jumping in spent years watching Zulon and Bobby and all these players, and so now these guys know what it is to be a good player. They're coming in not just being a noob, they're knowing how to approach the game. And these new teams bring us an elevated level of competition. And so when you see new tags and new things going on in the Brawl Stars scene, you got to be a little bit more excited, I think, than we once were. And so Zakron and Portuguesa taking the field here. I think these two squads, a lot of question marks, but I'm excited to turn them into exclamation points.
Yeah, would love to turn those guys into exclamation points. Want to see what these guys are all about. It's all going to get started here on Heist, and this is basically like the 1v1 Heist map, right? Unless you have wall break, these 3 lanes are going to be totally individual. Strong brawlers, could be Piper, could be B as well. We are going to see the Nanny and Lola bans, actually. So we'll have to see what the picks are. Grom, I think, is also going to be a pretty strong pick here. We're going to see that first pick go to Zakron, and that is going to give them Byron. Now, this is one of those situations as well where having the final pick as a counter pick is not really going to be an optimal scenario, because you do want to be the first to pick the good brawlers on these lanes, right? When you have these long lanes, you just got to pick the brawlers that have the longest range, right? There's not a counter to long range besides getting close to them, and at that, good luck getting in the range, right?
I guess it's Fang, right? Like that's what you're looking at. You're looking at characters that like shorten the distance. So you're looking at Fang and I guess Crow. I'm not going to sit here and tell you to play Crow on Heist, but you know what I'm getting at. Like, it is hard to counter those long-range characters, and that's exactly what we see. We see Byron, which I love the first pick, Byron. He can sit there in the middle, and the big thing about Byron that I like more, that we are going to talk about at length throughout the season, is the idea that you can lock him in first and not commit to a strategy. Right? Like if you pick, you know, like a Poco, I guess Poco you can go a different direction, but you're most likely going to go double tank. Whereas Byron, there's a lot of wiggle room, so you can pick Byron, see what the enemy team selects, as Portuguesa selects 2 sharpshooters, and then you can go, all right, we'll play the sharpshooter game as well, and you see Tano lock in their pick right there. And so that's a really cool look here for Zakron, leaving themselves open, and you know, a little bit of a secondary layer. You can already see how complicated this really can get. Mind games on mind games on mind games. So I'm looking at these Heist compositions, and nothing too crazy, but the way they build them together, so to speak, is a big change, with Pam locked in here for Zakron.
Now let's see, Fantas is going to be picking up the Pam, which is going to leave the last pick to Portuguesa Esports. From the side of Zakron Gaming, it does appear that they're going to be going for more of long-range control, basically playing Bounty with a high safe involved. We saw this with Safe Zone, yet another heist map that we saw last year. For Portuguesa Esports, though, it seems that they are way better equipped to capitalize on those opportunities that they get when they are able to get some damage on the safe. And Nice Shot is going to be picking up the B here. Interesting stuff. B's second star power did get a bit of a buff as well. That shield that she gets from having her shot charged up is a little bit stronger, and it's going to be optimal for those sniper 1v1s, though still, it is kind of a either-or situation. Automatic B-load is still a powerful star power. Another thing to note also is,
automatic B-load still makes me laugh. I'm sorry.
It's funny, right? It's automatic B-load, and then I think Tick's star power that gives him faster reload speed is automatic reload or something like that. They took the same star power and made it for 2 different brawlers. Let's get into the game, though. On the left side, you can see that Brock has Incendiary incorporated into his kit, so it is a bit of a mystery what star power the Brock is running on the left side, but we'll find out in time. In the meantime, though, Portuguesa Esports is going to town on the safe.
Yeah, strong stuff. I like the way you put it earlier, saying that, all right, we're kind of playing Bounty with a heist box behind us, right? Like, that's kind of the idea here with respect to the compositions. And, you know, I don't hate that. I really don't hate that. I think that this approach is all well and good. Definitely a drastic difference as a blue team finally gets some damage onto the safe here from the meta that we saw the last time we were playing competitive Brawl, where it was really about the up close and personal, the Darryls and the Bulls. You know, this is, I think, the opposite. You know, this is the complete opposite, right?
Yeah, total opposite. And honestly, I like it a lot. I love to see the long-range sharpshooter mechanics. I think it's a pretty high skill cap and really does do a good job of showcasing these people's talents. On the right side, we're going to see Guigul get a kill, and he is going to trip that nest egg. Won't be able to get too much incendiary on that safe. Here's the super, though, and a lot of rockets rain down. Not too many on the safe, but it is going to open the doors for a nice shot to continue getting damage on that safe. Meanwhile, on the left side, Parzival is going absolutely crazy on the B. He will end up going down, but his dodges were ridiculous, and it almost seems like it's impossible for Zakron to come back at this point. They'll get a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, gets Esports' safe, but from where we stand, 30 seconds left in the game and a massive margin to overcome, Zakron has a very tough battle.
I really enjoyed the look there coming out from Brock as Guigul again grabs a kill. Listen, it's really easy to just sit here when you have the Brock super, as Parzival makes a really important kill and confirms this dub for Zakron here. Guigul earlier tosses the super out for the kill. It's easy to just hang on to your Brock super or your Barley super and just say, all right, I need this for safe damage. And I think a lot of players can get themselves in trouble by holding their super for that perfect moment. But Brock there opts to use his super to get the kill, open the door for his teammate to provide the damage. Now, is that mathematically the most amount of DPS you can get? No. But this isn't you're not a calculator. This isn't patchwork. You need to do the mechanics. And so I really, really liked that decision from Guigul to go ahead and do that. And that'll land Portuguesa Esports in the victory column here as they grab number 1. Great defense and offense. This is a well-balanced squad.
This is a very well-balanced squad. I totally agree. On the left side, check this out. This is an optimal matchup for Parzival. Gonna land that high-powered shot on Valo. Totally unfazed by that super from Tano. He's gonna continue to lock down this lane, try and get a little bit of a honeypot onto Tano. Does look like Valo is gonna be able to take it down, but Parzival takes the opportunity to heal up a little bit of health and help out. Nice shot on the lane. Here's the slow as well. Valo takes even more damage. The hole on the left lane is just impossible for Zakron Gaming to push into. In fact, they're going to rotate Phantas over on the left side. You can see, actually, Hyper's second star power at work. She continues to reload and reload and reload. With each shot she hits on the high safe, she's able to get 4 shots and then some to deal with Tano once he starts to push up the lane once again. It doesn't look like these lane switch-ups are really working towards the advantage of Zakron Gaming, and we're going to see, actually, Guigul try and get the kill on Valo, but still, doesn't even really matter. It's all about getting on Zakron safe, and Valo's just really going to go for it and hope that at point blank he's able to take down more damage than he is forcing for his team to sacrifice on defense.
That's the idea. Hopefully you wind up on the good side of the trade, but maybe the trade gets stopped for basketball reasons. We'll never know. Nice shot here does their namesake. And pushing forward, Portuguesa at the moment. Guigul earning another kill. And Portuguesa here trailing, but not quite.
Oh.
They're going to change that as soon as I mention it. And big plays here. Guigul here is half spinning, half dodging. Oh, no,
that's untouchable. Oh, no.
Literally jumping over the boys. Stand and flex on them. Bom dia, says Portuguesa, as they take 1 and 2, toppling their opposition. Really, really well done. And we go on from bridge too far, and we'll see if they can do it again. Parallel plays, hot zone. That was dominant. Is that the word I use?
Yes, not even just from the pick standpoint, right? But from the gameplay standpoint as well. And they didn't even have the first pick, right? Which I think it goes even further to prove the expertise of this roster, right? They've been in the game for a long time. They know the mechanics. But Eftal, you have something else to say.
Yeah, that is, I think when it comes down, there are going to be some situations where second pick is better because you are filling the majority of your team before the opposition. You placed a lot of, you brought up a great point about grabbing the number 1 character, which has more importance in certain game modes. And when we look at bounty or gem grab or heist or some of those sharpshooter long range things, in this example, I would rather pick my Brock and my Piper over one Byron. And I look at what Portuguesa Esports did here, and that's what they got. They got their 2 sharpshooters, and that left, you know, only one on the docket next to Byron for the other team to pick. So they had second selection, and I think they were better off for it. Like, I think it was just a better look overall that they were able to go ahead and grab that victory with that dub. So nice move there. As we shift into Hot Zone, you know, this is where you can really, really excellently change things up. And I think blue team here, Zakron, can come out and readjust and look for a different approach when it comes down to the draft phase.
Yeah, and as far as brawlers that we're looking at to do pretty well here, Colonel Ruffs, right, Leon are brawlers that we're looking out for. Jesse, I like in particular. Buzz can get you really far across a map. Carl has had some balance changes as well that made him a little bit better in the meta, though. Not a go-to pick, right? But hey, he's still in the cards. And when you talk about the brawlers that are going to be selected, right, either picked or banned, you're looking at 8 total brawlers, right, out of 54 in the game. So I mean, yeah, maybe one of the brawlers that you have to pick is not really the best option, but you got to pick a brawler. So you know, get the best brawler out of the you know, poor options. We'll see how it turns out, though. We'll get these bans rolling in. Here's another look at parallel plays for you guys. This is a tried and tested map, definitely a favorite as well. We're going to see the Fang banned by both teams, actually, and we're going to have to see who that clip goes in favor of. In this situation, I think that you're going to be wanting to get the first pick, though, right? There are certain brawlers that are really, really good at defending, and playing defense well is the name of the game, in my opinion.
Is this where you go with your first selection?
See, I don't know. I mean, Jesse is a really strong brawler here, but I feel like there are better options to consider. Zakron are going to play it relatively safe with the Byron. Here's the thing, though, is that some of the brawlers that are really good here, for instance, like Buzz, really, really good. He has that AoE stun. Well, if you pick him first, everyone's just going to pick counters to him, right? And Portuguesa are getting a little preemptive here. They're picking the Jesse as a preemptive counter to tanks. And this is going to be challenging for Zakron.
Big point there. That's a really good point. I'm glad you brought it up. Is that with that first selection, you know, you want to pick something strong, but you can't open yourself up to getting completely countered, and that is a new variable. That is not something that you took into account, or maybe you just took into account a little bit less so last year with a different format, is the idea of how counterable is my selection. There are brawlers that are more counterable than others. Some brawlers are kind of one size fits all, and the other are really niche in what they do, and as a result can be answered differently. And so here we have Portuguesa's full composition, and I really like what I see here. We've got the Mortis and the Spike, and that'll turn things up for Portuguesa. They're going to be looking to go all in all the way, specifically looking at Nice Shot. But across the way, we're keeping it cold. We're getting Gale next to Mr. P and Byron. So I love Gale on Hot Zone. I think he's an awesome, misunderstood old man. And so I really like this selection here for Hot Zone. What's your take, though? Do you think Zakron have won the draft phase, or do you prefer the up close and personal of Portuguesa?
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? Because they picked Mr. P into Jesse, which does make that turret a little bit more vulnerable since Jesse's shots do bounce. Here's the thing, though, is I think this was absolutely the counter pick that Zakron needed in form of Gale to Mortis, but it is going to be a bit of a struggle. Yeah, you can see exactly what happens. Still going to see that kill, though, right? With Gale has no place to go, so he's going to get pinched still. The positioning is still something to consider. Even if Mortis can't hit you, Gooey Ghoul can. And Portuguesa Esports are handling this situation totally beautifully. I do love the Gale pick, but it can't carry the entire game.
I mean, you know, Well, it can't carry the entire game by itself, which is literally what you said, so I'm not even disagreeing. He's going to need some help. But I think the biggest thing is a nice shot from Gooey Ghoul again, takes down Fantas. The biggest deal here is that we jumped in that those 2 seconds that we don't get a chance to see, Mortis was able to make it behind enemy lines. And that put Zakron Gaming behind the 8 ball. In fact, it put them behind the 8 ball to the tune of 80% and counting, which might be too little too late. If Zakron are able to prevent Mortis from getting behind enemy lines, I actually think the Gale can do all the work. But the problem is, Nice Shot is just able to do whatever they want to do, going grocery shopping, cooking dinner, and eating dessert. Portuguesa on the back of Nice Shot's Mortis takes this one, and it doesn't look close.
Yeah, not even a little bit close. Towards the end, you could start to see the pressure starting to get to Zakron as well, because Gale made a bit of a miscalculation on the left side. He threw down the Vortex when no one was going to be coming towards that hot zone because it was already captured by Portuguesa. So, like, what really are you defending? Yeah, and I would say that is probably the result of how dominant Portuguesa Esports has been so far. You can see the momentum starting to take effect, though I will hand it to Gale. He's doing a much better job on the left side. We are going to see that super from Gooey Ghoul, though, and the slow Fantas is forced to back up, and Tano heals himself up as well as Fantas. Still, though, this is a difficult pinch. Fantas going to blow Gooey Ghoul away, but this does open the doors for a Nice Shot to jump in as soon as that Vortex goes down.
Very important kill there from Tano, who I think, this is a good example of, Byron, I think, good handling of the Mortis, and finally Zakron are able to answer to it. I don't love the Byron here in practice. Like, on paper, it makes a lot of sense, but he's just not able to provide the help that Gale has needed thus far. And Mortis has just been more than enough punishment for Zakron Gaming. That said, a little bit of an adjustment here, a better ability to take care of that Mortis. And one more time he goes down. That's the difference maker here for Zakron. If Portuguesa wants to win, they've got to protect the Mortis and let him do the thing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. This is my take on the whole situation, because Mortis is totally countered out by Gale alone, right? But Mortis counters the Byron, so Gale is going to have to defend Byron versus this one Mortis, which leaves 2 members of Portuguesa to 2-on-1. The third on Zakron, which is a winnable scenario, and then Mortis can just stall things out on the left side of the map, which is what we've seen happening time and time again. He just has to dash onto that point.
Come on!
Conscious about it. Yeah, make it. It did already. Portuguesa Esports rips off the Band-Aid, and they are going to be taking themselves to the semifinals. Unfortunately, Zakron in the dust for now.
Man, I think they really brought what they could in the picks and bans phase. I can't say that I would have done anything different. First selection Byron, I think, you'll learn that there is no correct pick and ban, right? It's all like, a spectrum of being kind of. I think Byron first pick in most cases in that scenario, blah blah blah. That was a good look. It's an open-ended composition like we were talking about. I can't hate. And then the other 2 selections I think were good, but kind of separately. If I had those 2 choices, I wouldn't have picked the Byron, and the enemy team kind of made me go into the Gale, etc. But yeah, real rough stuff for the blue team here. Zakron, I think, really got stuck in the mud and have the right thought process. I don't think they came out here without a weapon. I think they are equipped, and I would like to see them go forward for sure, Ready?
Yeah, I absolutely would, right? I liked what I saw. The thing is that they faced Portuguesa, and that's how it's going to be. You're playing against players who've been in the scene for a long time and are very mechanically skilled at the brawlers that they were playing, and did a great job, right? Even in situations where they were countered, they were still able to leverage it to their advantage. Great stuff. Very hopeful for Portuguesa going forward, as they are going to be progressing on to the semifinals, and I hope to see Zakron next month.
Yeah, Portuguesa goes head-to-head against Arena Quesito in the semifinals. Let's bring up the bracket and show you guys what we're talking about, as we still have 2 more quarterfinals to really hit before we make it into our semifinals. Of course, all of this action is happening right here today. You can join us right here, however you're watching. And a reminder, if you're not watching via events.brawlstars.com, one more time, events.brawlstars.com, you're doing it. Well, there's no wrong way to watch Brawl Stars, but you could be doing it better if you're on event.brawlstars.com. Predictions and all that fun stuff. So, me and Reddy are making our predictions. You guys can be part of the show as well by going ahead and dialing in and dropping that down and just being a part of Brawl Stars Nation. So very, very cool stuff that we get a chance to see you guys being here and in it, just like our teams are here and in it. And let's roll into match number 3 and get here and in it. So we have Embananados, free agents, going up against KIB Esports. FA has to stand for free agents, right? Like I've just been going with that. Okay, good. I just assumed, but you know what they say about assumptions. You shouldn't do them. So coming into it, Embananados FA versus KIB. So these are 2 squads that I think should be fun to watch at the end of the day. Again, coming into it, beginning of the season, we've got to really get to know you, as they said in The King and I. And so I'm looking forward to really this is throw it at the wall and see what sticks, both for us as analysts and for them as teams on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's a totally new scene at the moment, right? And they have fought their way through this format that we are going to be playing, albeit double elimination, to get here, right? So they have proven that they are skilled and they are capable in this format. Here's the deal, though, is that it's still fresh, right? And we don't have a lot of info on these teams in this format. So like you said, FDOT is a totally clean slate. We are willing to have our expectations subverted or even established in the first place. We're super excited for it, but going in, I mean, we don't have expectations high or low. We just want to see some Brawl Stars, and we want to see what these guys are made of.
That's the thing, is that there's so much coming into this 2022 season where we have new teams, new players, new formats, new brawlers, and there are so many different ways to approach. Now, I don't want to minimize the last season, but the level of approach to the game was different. The overall idea was different. The last season, the idea was there is the ideal meta, and whoever executes the ideal meta best wins. And towards the end of the year, to the game's credit, we saw more and more change in that regard, for sure. And I think the draft phase, our power match format here, is absolutely the result or the peak, the pinnacle of that thought process, where you can now approach the game. There's going to be like tanks are good or healers are bad or sharpshooters have the best stuff in general. But you can approach the game very differently. You can be an offensive team that always opts for the all-in strategy. You can be a defensive team that always opts for the counter strategy. And this really brings things out. So a Fang ban one more time, but some different stuff here for Embananados. And right off the top, we have Bounty here going to Layer Cake. And we see the Gene first selection with a response of Byron and Leon. So I normally immediately think sharpshooters, but I think the Gene and Leon selections make sense because specifically we're here on Layer Cake.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. You're able to pull throwers. You're able to deny basically the existence of throwers, and Embananados have already done that by means of the tick ban, which I totally agree with. Since they had first pick, though, I do think that they could have picked a tick and done pretty well. Here's the thing, is that they would be setting themselves up to potentially deal with the Mortis, and that would be a tough situation. From the side of KIB, though, they're going to go for the Fang ban and pick out the Byron, the Leon, and I like this finishing move, the Daryl, to end things off. Now, the thing is that Daryl is going to get outranged by every single one of his enemies, but with Byron at his side, this guy is never going down. He did get a minor nerf. That shield while he's rolling goes from 90% down to 50% damage redux. but still, he is just a walking wall of health, and in fact, rolling as well. He's able to get some stuns. We'll see how it works out as we get into the game, but that is our selection phase finished. I don't know, I'm interested about the surge here, because it doesn't necessarily counter out anything in particular from the enemy team. Definitely a preemptive caution here. Could deal with the Leon in short range potentially. It is going to allow Embananados to grab that first blue star though, and now they'll get to go on the defensive.
Right away, we see Daryl doing what he's supposed to, just holding forward and going for it. Great stuff there out of the Barrel Man, as Surge already leveled up just a little bit. And so, keeping our eyes on that one. Normally, Bounty looks to be this way. If you're new to this, there is a blue star that spawns on the floor at first, and should there be a tie, whoever holds the blue star wins, but that's all only when it matters. You can lose with the blue star, and it's only the tiebreaker, and so this is classic Bounty gameplay. Very, very cautious, very, very careful. We've got 55 seconds left in the round, and if I could play prediction, what we expect to see and what we usually see in this style of game is teams will hang on and just chill for the entire time. And then 12 seconds, 8 seconds, depending on the composition, all forward! And they just try to win in one fell swoop. And that's a gamble ready, because if you don't win then, you don't win. But by doing that, it prevents the enemy from getting a chance to fight back and counteract your push.
All right, well, 20-second mark is coming up. KIB still aren't pushing in. They're going to wait just a little bit longer to make their push. Here it begins to come.
12 seconds.
Embananados have to bunker down. A little bit more time. There's the pull to break open the wall. Roll in by Exit. He is going to grab a kill. 1 kills, 2 kills for red, and no blue kills. Good ending for KIB. This is exactly what they needed to make happen with the Daryl just at the end. They also had that area control from the invisible Leon. This was beautifully played by them. It goes to show that they didn't need the blue star. It would have been nice if they had it, but still, if Embananados tries to stay all bunkered down the entire game, then they're letting KIB win. And I think this time they're going to be forced to play more aggressively, since they know that is what's going to happen if they play so defensively.
Exactly. And by that, we're not going to see the same play from Embananados that KIB did. Embananados' approach is going to be, well, instead of just going for one, we'll have to find a couple of long-range kills and still play it safe. But the idea is to just be able to get a little bit of a build up against that big charge. But man, I'm so happy. That's like the textbook way to play Bounty, and seeing that executed, that's good. Like, this is the class you have all learned now. That is the ideal Bounty game for that composition. And so now the conversation becomes, beautiful shot, and I'm going to go to that. How do you respond to that composition? How do you respond to their approach to the game? And that's why Embananados selected the Gene to make that move right there. We didn't see any of it in game number 1, whether they thought they didn't need to or otherwise is a different story, but we just didn't see it. And Embananados are able to execute there, and now they have a 3-star lead. Half a minute to go here already, and KIB probably planning the same thing they did last time.
Oh yeah, literally 2 kills for the side. Well, I have to take it back now, because we do see a great team play between Embra and Cobber on the left side. Now KIB are going to have to grab.
That's huge.
Still. Wow, that's big.
That's the big
3
one.
kills are what they need in order to take this one back, and it just looks impossible. Big roll in by Eric, gets stomped on by Cobber. Andre is going to try and make it happen, can't get a kill. It's just a wall of health. The health pool is insurpassable, and that is going to be the win going the opposite side this time. Now we find ourselves at a 1-1 situation. It goes to show, and this is something that's been proven time and time again, as much as we may want to believe that the game can be won entirely in the drafter pick phase, that from one game to the next with the exact same brawlers, exact same gadgets, gears, star powers, you can win by playing mechanically differently.
Well, it's all about it's all about, and you know, this goes for a lot of different games, specifically ones with draft. It's all about your response. Like I said, KIB Esports played exactly the way that they were supposed to, and now it's up against Embananados, or it's up to Embananados to change that and throw in a variable that forces KIB to change or fail. And the variable Embananados did was not only getting aggressive earlier on. I really don't care if they got 1, 2, or 7 kills. There is a point when you reach maximum stars, but that's not really where we're at. No matter how many kills Embananados got, KIB, if they were to team wipe them like they did in game number 1, would have been able to win. So that wouldn't have even changed. It's the timing of that. By getting the kill, that first kill honestly didn't matter. It was the second kill that came at 12 seconds left. That prevented the all-in push because of what we call kill staggering, and it prevented them from all being there at one point in time and charging like they did in match or game number 1. They weren't able to do that because they simply weren't there, thanks to the well-timed kills by Embananados. So the fact that Embananados haven't done anything now, no problem. When it gets down to 20 and below, they're going to choose their fights wisely. Gene pulls somebody in so that KIB cannot all in charge. That's what Embananados have to defend against right here.
Yeah, we gotta see a pull here. Exec is gonna get pushed back on the right side. Under goes down. This could be it. There's the super in by Byron. Exec gets pushed back 5 stars to 0. No kills, no cigar for KIB. Embananados are able to defend it very, very well this time. Once, twice in a row. They're playing exactly how they need to. Very well played, and congratulations to these guys. They're going into set number 2 with a win under the belt.
Hey, shout out to King J right there, repping his team for Embananados. And yeah, homie looks like he is ready to roll, having a good time as they take down, you know, match number 1, real clean, or set number 1, excuse me. Real nice look. Again, I am more impressed with that because KIB came out and did what the wiki tells them to do, right? If you go ahead and you download the strategy guide, it doesn't exist, but go with me here. Like, that's what you do when you play that map, that game mode. You select those brawlers, and that's how you play that. Cool. Awesome. You did it, boss. Embananados had to go into their big brains and Jigga Chad their strategy out and respond to the perfect gameplay. And that's what they did. And they did it right. And they did it awesome. And it was fun to watch. Like, that's what I look for already. And so I'm here, and you know what? I'm crazy for Embananados. I'm here all the way. Let's go. Let's go, man.
From the moment you see these guys' logo, you know that there's like something different about them, right? Like these guys, woo, bananas. Well, that's it. Yeah, that's something that you don't say or hear every day. I don't know if anyone gets so excited about bananas as these guys. I can guarantee you, KIB is not too crazy about it. We'll be headed into hot potato for set number 2, and I wonder what the approach is going to be. In Embananados, they did seem to approach the first pick really, really well, because as you mentioned, F-Dot, getting 2 brawler picks in a row after your enemy only getting to pick 1 is very powerful, and it allowed KIB to get that powerful combo of Byron and Leon, and then opening up a Daryl for later on. For Embananados, though, one of their keys to the victory, Gene, was their first pick, and they were able to form a composition around it really, really well. And I think that goes to show their skill in picking brawler compositions. We'll get these bans out in just a moment here, because we're headed into hot potato.
The robots. No robots allowed. Well, I think there are more robots, but these are the OGs. So Stu and his friend over there are going to be banned out. And I'm looking at the first pick, Daryl, which I know it's
no
heist,
robots.
And Daryl's a go-to. Well, he's undercover. He's you know, in a barrel. Like, they can't really tell.
Oh, this is true. This is true.
He's wearing a costume. That's actually really flavorful, and I like that a lot. But with that in mind, Daryl as a first pick, sticks out to me. Now, spoiler alert, or like, warning, that doesn't mean it's a bad pick, doesn't mean it's going to fail, but I just think that there are responses to Daryl that might make you not want to select him first. That said, the answers across the board from KIB, I don't think fall into that category. And Embananados with their roughs and spike selections, I think, have a really nice looking draft.
Yeah, I wonder what came out. Yep, that's literally the first brawler I was going to say. Barley is totally on the table for this one. And Barley, pretty much with the exception of Daryl, since Daryl is so tanky, is going to be able to do very well versus both King J and Cobber in the early game. Here's the deal. Cobber is going to be breaking open those walls with a supply drop as soon as he can, and that is the reason that Colonel Ruffs is picked here. Is you're able to get the damage boost, but you're also able to get wall break as well. Let's see it happen. How are they going to approach this? Cobber is going to be pushing up the left lane, it looks like, trying to get that first bit of supercharge. Exit goes straight for the safe, though. This is really peculiar. It is the base race, though. Embra does the exact same, actually, so this is not a unique strategy, and he's able to get the kill on Colette as well, which is quite surprising considering that Colette is a hard counter to tanks, but she's been in not the most amazing spot for quite a while.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at when I said, like, okay, there's a response to Daryl, sort of, but I'm not in love with it. Now, looking at the way the tanks just sort of like walked past everybody, Epic and Emra both did the same thing, which gives you a little bit of insight into this region. Gameplay and meta are going to change region to region, and you want to take a look at that if you're watching the entire scene. And so this idea that, like, your safe killer, Daryl and Bull, are very obviously and for years have just been the safe dudes, just send the shotgun to the safe. Walk past everybody and they can play defense if they want. Seems to be the regional approach to this game mode. And with a $1.24 to go, Embananados here leading as they have KIB safe down below 50%. KIB close, but not completely in control here, as a great kill from the blue team continues to put KIB underneath the foot, and they are feeling good.
This is interesting. Colette is getting so much damage, but she's just not getting kills. And that is what's causing KIB Esports to really, really hurt right now. That's the victory for Embananados. And now they're just one game away from taking this entire match and heading on to the semifinals. And I think that the Daryl is absolutely the key to victory. And they form everything else around it, especially the Colonel Ruffs. But Spike also does a very good job of playing mid. Is able to outrange Colette quite considerably. Though, here's another thing to notice is Embananados, they're allowing Barley to get on their safe. They're not really too worried about Barley. They know that they can pump out more damage. They're going to go for the pinch here. But it's really the all-out aggressive strategy that they know is going to take them to victory.
Exactly. You can pressure so much that, well, they're pressuring us too, but it's like a game of chicken. Who has to take their offense and turn them into defense first? And, well, I think it's KIB. That's going to be my guess, as Embananados are really giving them a dose of potassium here. KIB stuck on the defensive side, and just a great job. Look at Ruffs, literally just playing with his food here. Finally going to go down by Exic, but great performance here from Embananados. KIB able to answer a little bit more here thanks to Barley on the left-hand side. And they've shortened the lead up drastically, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as that's it. Embananados are your winners. And one more time, that's our boy King J repping his squad. Feeling good. Much love to you, buddy. As he certainly feeling strong about making his way to the semi-finals. So a great look there to King J and Embananados, free agents, by the way. And they will be, you win some, you lose some here, Eddie, because they looked really good. They looked really strong. They looked really fun to watch, frankly. They looked like they did their homework. They looked like they really went to school and did everything that they needed to do, classwork, homework, and maybe a little bit of extra credit.
Yeah.
They find themselves in the semifinals here. But here's the problem. Our next matchup will lead to their opponent in the semifinals. And that one will be tough. Our next matchup is AC Milan Qlash versus Chasmac Gaming BR, which Chasmac, once upon a time also known as INDZ, you know, the Brazilian squad that made the crazy run at Worlds just a couple of months ago. And AC Milan Qlash, no slouch in their own right. Yeah, so Embananados looked great. And that's who they're going to have to go up against. One of those teams. And that kind of stinks, you know? It's not over. They can absolutely bring a fight, but, you know, they're totally going to be looking up the hill towards their opposition. And so that's what I'm thinking of. If I'm Embananados, I'm like King J. I'm really excited right now.
Yeah, maybe you get the clouded like friend request of whoever you end up facing in the semis, right? That would be definitely something to walk away with, right? But more importantly, a victory off of one of these teams would be a big accomplishment for these players who've touched on the monthly finals a little bit in the past. But the thing is, they're competing against opponents who have been routinely taking the victories in the monthly finals and even went all the way to Worlds. So we're looking at two fantastic teams. F. You mentioned, first of all, we're looking at INTZ's roster from last year, now under a different name, and we're looking at the opposition. AQM composed half of Aphelion's roster from last year and half of Renegados from last year. So two of the best teams in this region, Aphelion notably in second place in this region last year. I think it's going to be a really, really great match. I do have my predictions on who's going to take the victory, though. Ooh. I do think that there's a pretty good chance that that Chasmac Gaming does take the victory. But here's the thing, is our expectations have been subverted all day long, and lots of developments have definitely occurred under the radar in the last 3 months. So wonder how it'll turn out.
Sorry, I'm just going to event.brawlstars.com and copying your prediction here real quick because I need to get my pins. So, yes, I think this one is tough. And like I said, that's why I'm copying Reddy's prediction here because, the idea that Chasmac Gaming have the upper hand, I in all seriousness, do agree with. However, this is not this is a close one. This isn't an overwhelming advantage. If I were to give you odds, it's something like a 50, maybe a 60% lean. We're not talking about a 10% chance versus a 91. This is a huge deal. When we see these two teams, I'm used to casting them hours from now in the finals. And so seeing these two squads going head to head and banging against each other right here, two things happen when you see great teams face off early in the tournaments. One, you see great teams face off early in the tournaments, and that's just cool, and you can take that home just like that. But secondarily, it also gives everyone else in the bracket an extra life. You just get to look and you go, you look at these 8 teams, you go, man, I really don't want to play against those two. And then you get the bracket and you go, I only have to worry about playing against one. That's sick. And that is a really big deal and will give us a chance to see different faces, different names. And again, as the scene gets older, these new faces come with more stuff in their pockets. And so it definitely very, very cool things. AC Milan Qlash, Chasmac Gaming BR. Get your predictions in. Event.brawlstars.com. We gave our predictions. Well, he did, and I'm going to stay quiet till the end of the match. And so with that in mind, this is going to be fun to watch. This is also some of the more established teams with coaches and infrastructure and all these people, picks and bans. This is where you want to take your notes. This is where you can take stuff and bring it home to your own team and look to qualify next month by copying the pros, because these are the guys, not to say that the other teams haven't done their homework, these are the guys who, this is their job. They have done this and they are continuing to do so, and they're ready, set, and loaded. So I'm excited. Well, you're ready, set, and I'm not loaded, but I'm effed up.
I was like, where do I come into this, right?
I didn't even mean that. I wasn't even like, all right, let's get into it real quick. Draft coming at you. We're starting. Ooh, yes. We're starting. Knockout. Gold Arm Gulch. We'll go to Heist. Or excuse me, we'll go to Hot Zone and then Bounty if we need it. This is Flaring Phoenix Knockout. And Knockout is new to this season, a little bit different. It's like Bounty, but different. It's hard.
Yeah.
You can't die. Essentially, that's what it is. 3v3. If you die, you're out until the end of the round. So a lot of personal responsibility comes into play here. We'll talk about the compositions that we expect with the Byron and the Tick bands here, but I also... This is the mode where I might just pick what I'm good at. Strategy be darned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
This might be that one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of ways that you can play Knockout. You can play extremely aggressively and try and catch your enemy off guard. You can also just wait till all that poison closes in and then rely on having the comp that survives the longest. Interesting strat from AC Milan Qlash. We're going to see Kyodog actually go for the bow here. Now, his range is
bow?
See, I'm a little bit perplexed about that as well, because that's not exactly... Yeah, this is what demon bow where you can shoot through walls. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Now,
so the idea that bow is and you know what, this might go to what I was talking about. Bow is a long-range sharpshooter that does have, he's not trash. He does have some specific choices. Usually we see Bow in sneaky fields where you just can't see anything, right? And so there's some grass here, sure. Listen, I think this is just what Cowdog is good at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's an acceptable process here, in my opinion, with respects to Knockout. Mr. P and Gene across the way.
Okay, I have a theory. What if we see the Nanny? Now, it has been a while since we've seen Bow Nanny as a viable strategy, especially with the changes done to Bow's Super Totem. But it's totally possible AC Milan Qlash have a couple of picks that they can explore here. Fang is also totally on the table. They don't want to get countered out. They don't have the last pick, and they're going to be picking Surge and Tara. So they're going to get a lot of visibility in the bushes, actually, which will be really, really useful to them. Though with the Surge, it is a little bit perplexing. I think it is going to be good for if someone from the enemy team dives in. But still, Chasmac, they can very realistically go for the Fang here and seriously do some damage to P.E.K.K.A, Kyodog, Motep. It doesn't even matter who in close range, but we're going to see the Colonel Ruffs instead, actually. Not as much range. It can't get the ricochets out. Though, what I think is going to happen is this is going to be mostly Marcel and Firecrow getting some long-range chip damage, farming up their supers, and then basically waiting for the poison to close in and seeing if they can grab the victory.
I think that you're right. I largely like the draft from Chasmac, and honestly, that's kind of where my analysis ends. I think that, and this is an interesting one because I don't think that there is a winner and a loser in this draft phase. However, I absolutely like the draft out of Chasmac much better. I look at AC Milan Qlash, and I see the idea. I don't think this is a nonsense draft, and so I really like this matchup. Again, reiterating the fact that these teams, either of these teams could wind up winning in the finals and nobody would be surprised. So this is a big deal matchup, and to see this level of prowess come out, I am not surprised. So Knockout is new to our competitive scene here, Reddy, and you brought up the idea of waiting for the poison to come in. That seems to be definitely a strat that the red team is thinking about, as they have not gone. They didn't try to match the long range of Bow, and I've got a larger conversation about that, but that's what I want to dive into first, is the idea that range is variable when you have to think about the poison sinking in.
Yeah, it's interesting. Range is especially variable if we're talking about Surge here, because he can upgrade to level 3 and get a little bit of extra range. Though from AC Milan Qlash, they are farming up all kinds of free supers. Look how everyone is in one little area. There's the double pull. Firecrow's going to try and do something. Kyodog does go down. P.E.K.K.A needs to get that last hit. Unfortunately, we are going to see Firecrow go down with the poison. This isn't what AC Milan Qlash wanted. They did want to get the Tara super back for free, but they do, I think, have one more bow totem left. Yeah, P.E.K.K.A is going to have that ready. Motep has his super ready. This is an interesting scenario because this looks like kind of a kind of a cheese, kind of a troll strategy that we would have seen when picks were blind, right? It seems like AC Milan Qlash got exactly what they wanted, which is totally shocking.
I mean, that's one of the things, you know, there's only 3 characters in the draft phase, right? And like, when you have larger teams, it gives you more room to kind of like stick a monkey wrench in the enemy team's draft phase. With three brawlers to select, it's less about interrupting your opponent's pick phase and more about ensuring you get your own. And so, yeah, you can totally just look for what you're looking for, because if the opponent has selected something that locks themselves in, it becomes much more difficult to really like play your opponent's game and your game at the same time. Here comes the push in. Motep gets one, but it's answered by Firecrow. 2-on-2, and a great job coming out for the red team, but they're locked into the poison. Motep answers first, and Pekka finds the secondary, and just like that, game 1 goes down into the pocket, and we'll see about game 2.
It's so easy to lose track of which game you're on, right? Because each round of knockout feels like a game in and of its own. With that, I mean, we're heading into game number 2, but I don't know. I mean, when I'm playing Power League and I lose a game of knockout, I'm just like, okay, well, I'm finished. And then I got to go back and I got to play again with the same brawlers and lose a whole best of 3 all over again, right? It is interesting pacing that AC Milan Qlash are handling.
So we've got game, set, match, right? What do we? Is there something below game? Well, we'll find out as Firecrow is looking for the round, I suppose. Yeah, round, game, set, match. 1 kill already down in the 3-on-2. Red team has the lead. Motep left side. Cowdog on the top, full HP. As they're able to re-heal up, and long-range shots coming out of Motep are good. 1 lands, but not 2. And everybody's still alive and healthy here for Chasmac. Cowdog stepping forward, asking to be shot. AC Milan Qlash don't have a plan. They clearly don't have a plan. Down goes 1, and down goes the second. Chasmac take round 1.
Okay, still time for AC Milan Qlash to come back, but Chasmac Gaming have had a little bit of time to discuss how they are going to approach this super farming strategy from AC Milan Qlash. What they need to do is get their kills earlier on in the game before that poison enables Pekka to get a big fat super. Dog is having to hold his own on the left side because Chasmac are playing a lot more aggressive this time. And that is really the only thing that can get them the victory, with Tara still available to get that pull towards the end of the game. AC Milan Qlash, though, doing a great job of playing defensively. Chasmac Gaming still looking for an opportunity to use the Gene Super. It's not arriving, though, and Marcel isn't able to get any of these porters around the left side to have really much of any impact. It's going to come down to whatever happens whenever this poison closes in, because from here on out, I mean, or until then, nothing is really happening.
Well, really good pathing here from Firecrow. Great job from Firecrow, honestly. Using Mr. P's help, unfortunately. Chasmac Gaming goes down. And we'll head to a game 3 here. And a lot of that, I think, had to do with the performance of Ruffs. So, right there, can't tell you who that was, honestly. I know the players, but sorry, folks. Couldn't see his face. So somebody from one of the teams right there. Awesome stuff. That was Firecrow. Just got word. So
I have
it's just comedy, man. Like I'm sorry.
We need one player to turn on their camera. Okay, it's like online school. They say you got to turn on your camera, and you just like put a sticky note over the camera, and it's all green and everything. And you say sorry, it's broken, right? Just great stuff. It's all in the spirit of Brawl Stars and competitive play. Let's check out what's going on during this game. Motep does have his super, and we're gonna have to get a look at Pekka on the back right side. He doesn't want to reveal that he has a super. He just kind of wants to be this ominous threat. Yeah. There's the kill on Tufa, but this is a swift win for AC Milan Qlash. And Chasmac Gaming are going to have to be really cautious because Tart already has her super, and they're more on the way.
That is the big thing, is that, you know, I really want to come in here and say quarterback mentality. It's an American phrase for American football. The idea that, like, you know, every play just has to, you got to reset. You can't think, you know, the game does continue round to round. You do still have to worry about enemy supers being charged up, etc. But besides that, you don't have to worry about, you know what I mean? So you do have to kind of just like, wow, they really destroyed us. Like, that was dominant from AC Milan Qlash. And you have to come in here being like, it doesn't matter, which I think that is the most difficult part about playing Knockout, is the mental acuity required. It's Brawl Stars. Y'all played Bounty before, right? But now you don't get to respawn, and it's scary. And I really think that's the big deal. Game starting essentially now here. Right side, Motep going to escape the damage at once, but not at twice. Two go down at the same time, and the third kill and the fourth kill are on the side of Chasmac. And we get a chance to see the other side. Cowdog here for AC Milan Qlash. Get that drink in. You deserve it. Some hydration for the winner of the fourth quarterfinal matchup. And so just like that, AC Milan Qlash wind up taking their first game as well. And now we're headed into the second set. Okay. Set 1 is down. Into set 2. We're going to Dueling Beetles Hot Zone. That's what we're doing. And we're on match point here for the blue squad. So the rounds are really going to play with me, man.
It's round, game, set, match, tournament, year, season. Oh man, it just never ends, man. It's just one thing is a big season, career, whatever. We're heading into
You're getting too existential
Beatles.
for me.
Oh no, it's lifespan. Dueling Beetles.
Yes,
we gotta bring it back down to earth, right? This is the segue, right? This is a map that we saw all throughout last year. It did go through a few changes earlier on in its lifespan for the better, right? But it's also gone through some changes in what brawlers are meant to play here. For a time being, it was all about playing Penny, getting that turret set up on the left side, and then playing with that. Now, though, if you can confirm that your enemy is not going to be like playing throwers or anything that counters out that turret, then Penny is honestly a very plausible strategy. So is Jessie. Pam, though, is probably the main brawler that I'm looking at to be picked first.
And that's the big, you know, I think you did a great job at your job, dude. You led me directly into the conversation about how this season is different from last, right? You made sure to mention that, like, if you can confirm, and now you can, they can lock in a pick and you can answer with your 2 picks. That is a big deal. And so again, highlighting the intense change that Power Match format has brought to the league, which, you know, if I can just give my own opinion, it's awesome. I think it's so cool. Like, at the end of the day, it's subjective. I don't think that one is better than the other, but I do think that this is better than the other. It's just more fun. It brings a different element, more strategy, and it makes you really think in a different way than we had to last time around. And so last time around in set number 1, we saw similar bans. But here we see the double Byron ban. This makes a lot of sense. Byron does really, really well playing mid on this map. And right away, Cowdog going to go here for Crow.
Honestly, a really, really good first pick in my opinion, right? Crow seriously shuts down multiple maps that are in the competitive rotation at the moment, and Dueling Beetles is one of them. Another great one to mention is Pinhole Punt, which we may get to move into later on. In fact, we did have the chance of seeing it earlier, but maybe we'll get to see it later in the day should we move on there. But yeah, Crow is great for denying the healing. He also has consistent damage, can also have very good versatility to deny picks for the enemy team, right? You're not going to see as many squishy brawlers because of the risk of Crow jumping in. And here's a spike pick. Yeah, and this kind of denies the Crow in a small way. We still got to see the next pick, right? But overall, I think that this is a very versatile pick and a safe one at that for AC Milan Qlash.
I love again. Well, you're killing it, man. Give him a raise. I love the way that I make the idea, and this is something that again, veterans of other games with picks and bans phases are going to kind of know what's up here. Your first pick can act as a pseudo ban as well. Like, if I pick Mortis first pick, you don't want to pick Gale. Right? And that's going to, well, you don't want to pick Gale anyway, but that's going to change the way that you approach that game. And when you have that first pick, you have to think about that in we could have just went with the best choice, or we can go slightly lower down the quote unquote tier list because, and this is why I have such a weird, tenuous relationship with tier lists, because it's all contextual.
Yeah.
This Crow it raises on the tier list when you have this character selected, etc. And so, big things to think about. I swear I won't stay all in the clouds for long, but being this is the first month that we're dealing with this change, I definitely want to drive this home. So, Stu, Crow, Mr. P on the side of AC Milan Qlash as they find themselves on match point here. And Tufa playing Marcel, Fire Crow. We've got all these characters coming out here. So the B and the Spike and the Jet, I think these are good looks, sure. I like the Crow selection. How do you think that changed the way the draft made itself known?
Yeah, I mean, with the Crow pick, right, you're eliminating the possibility of throwers pretty much on the enemy side. You're also denying the choice of healers, right? Your enemy's going to get to pick 2 brawlers in a row. So if they go for Poco and they go for Frank, right, that's pretty devastating to your team. Let's break down some of the other picks here as well, though. We see the B pick that says, okay, you don't get to pick tanks either. We see the Jesse pick that denies actually the Mr. P from getting good value with his turret because that projectile is going to bounce around. And lastly, though, and this is interesting because this exact same move was pretty controversial at Worlds last year, is Motep's going to be picking the Stu into a Spike. Now, why exactly? I'm not entirely sure. They're going to have to really rely on Kyodog to make sure that that big cactus is a non-issue, because otherwise Motep is going to have a tough matchup, but it doesn't even seem like he really matters. He's able to zoom around mid, dodging all kinds of damage and firing up those supers one after the other. Does go down for the time being. We'll get the chance to get back up to mid. In the meantime, though, Chasmac Gaming are going to get a good amount of capture back.
Nice answer. Crow jumps in and he's immediately elbow dropped away. AC Milan Qlash almost at halfway. But Chasmac Gaming, the ones climbing at the moment. 5 points separating our two teams here. And Stu, the Stu choice is as he goes down here, the Stu choice is just like personal flex. Like not like I'm taunting you, but I am strong enough to use Stu's mobility to dodge your shots. That's what you're saying, I think, when you select the Stu here. And it worked at first. We saw it work, right? When he was dancing around the middle. But we're also seeing the other side of it here, where Chasmac is able to step up and an answer back from AC Milan Qlash? Not quite. Pekka puts him down. Fire Crow again takes care of Motep, and Chasmac really look like they're going to run away with it.
Yeah, it is looking very, very likely that they will get this victory. We already have that turret set up in a very defensive position. Kyodog's going to have a tough time dealing with it. Motep is going to try and take it down, but gets taken down in return by Fire Crow and Marcel. Just 3% left. It is all over, and Chasmac actually will be taking the first game within this set, and they're going to save themselves from being at the mercy of the match point here, right? If we saw that win go to AQM, then this would have been a very, very stressful, very high-intensity next game for Chasmac. Now, they kind of get to zoom out and start to think about the momentum of their enemy, what is going on in their enemy's head. Of course, they still do want to grab this victory and finish out this set, but they've bought themselves a little bit of breathing room and stolen the momentum away from AC Milan Qlash. And momentum, I mean, we talk about it a lot because it is a huge factor. It's the mindset that these players have that has such a large impact on their gameplay. And we saw Motep go down just a moment ago. Did miss the opportunity to get away from that attack by Fire Crow, and That is not going to really buy too much for Chasmac, even though he does come back with a fiery intent, takes down the life plants, and AC Milan Qlash, no, they're crushing it this time.
Yo, listen, this Stu gameplay, like I said, it's kind of an all-on black strategy, right? Like, if you can dodge, you win, and if you get shot, you lose, as Pekka goes in, can't get the kill. Gets the martyrdom for sure. Firecrow gonna stay alive here, and when this AC Milan Qlash team is working, it's fun to watch, but it's high execution. Layman speak, it's hard to do. And so, yeah, they're able to execute a little bit. There it is, Motep got the Matrix shoes on, and he's dancing. But AC Milan Qlash, they were winning, then they dropped the ball, and now they're looking to find themselves back in that winning position. 72% and climbing. Cowdog in this middle. Right side jumps forward. Well done. Left side jumps forward, and Motep falls. But Pekka's still alive and able to maintain mid control. Great recovery from AMQ.
I gotta tell you, I am blown away by the moves that Motep is pulling out today. Doesn't seem to matter who he is facing against. He's able to deal with it very gracefully. Dog and Pekka are doing a great job of helping him out with his hard counters as well. Swiftly taking down Spike. Pekka goes in for the dive bomb, does get taken down in the process, but it hardly even matters. As long as Dog is able to stall things out on the right side, this one is locked in for AC Milan Qlash. That's it. That is one game closer to going to the semifinals. It is match point coming in hot.
And I like that. I like the way AC Milan Qlash played this one. I think again, esports is about responding. It's about reacting, and it's about adjustment. Chasmac Gaming came in here, and they trounced ACMQ. And AC Milan Qlash came through and went, okay, we can do it, but better. And then they did that. But again, I'm leaning on the idea that AC Milan Qlash lost game one more so than Chasmac won, in the idea that AC Milan has brought a high execution strategy here. It's hard to do, dude, and they couldn't pull it off in game number one. They pulled it off for 3/5 of game number two. Let's see if they can do it here in game number three.
And you've already seen 2 life plants for Marcel go down, and only 33% of that point has been captured. Pekka is forced to run forward as well, getting pressured by a couple of supers from the enemy side. Good barrage of suitcases in, or I guess coffins, right? Because it is Count Pangula that is in play now. Dog does manage to... does manage to get some control. Yeah, striking fear into his enemies and sapping the last bit of life out of this life plants. Here we go. And now Motep really gets to shine. They do have a bit of a deficit to come back from, but the main counter to Stu is basically gone now.
Yep, big deal. That's, Motep's sitting there and he's excited. He's going to be able to walk forward. B here, left side, is preventing Motep from what we were talking about, really being able to step forward and dance. Great job. And that's the combination that I was talking about. Hiding behind those Mr. P porters, like, that is so big. And that's the go-to strategy. But when you're able to see it kind of like executed perfectly, it's just really impressive. Motep here, by the way, you want to talk about dancing shoes. That's 6-7 projectiles in a row that he has avoided here. Make it 8, 9, 10. Finally gets hit there as we hit double digits. But it looks like it's going to be triple digits here for AC Milan Qlash as Pekka steps up, puts him down, and AC Milan Qlash are going to the semis. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Tell him.
Disrespect. You love to see it, though. I mean, hey, look. This is a right that you earn when you take down the inventors of the Protesto. Am I wrong? Right? They pioneered the thumbs down, and they hit them with the trophy thumbs down. This is the new generation of Brawl Stars disrespect. I don't know. Maybe it'll take them pretty far in the bracket today, because this is a team that we have high hopes for, and they pretty handily took down Chasmac.
So first of all, again, I'm the boomer. I've been around esports. Give me player cams all the time. It's just better. Listen, usually I say nobody roots for the character, they root for the player. I actually do root for every single Poco that goes out there. So that's not true, but I root for the player more so. And, this is the new generation. I I want to see the first player to stand up and literally spin IRL on cam. That's what I want to see, man. I want to see that happen. Because that pop-off that we just saw from Cowdog there, you know, very, very cool stuff, and that's the real stuff. But I want to see somebody stand up and spin and give the in-game disrespecties out a game. But the game continues here as our semifinals are locked and loaded. We have taken 8 teams and turned them into 4. We just got a chance to see the bottom side, but the top side of the bracket continues. And we've got Arena Quesito, who took down ZeroZone, going up against Portuguesa Esports, who took down Zakron. And then Embananados, well, they have the lucky benefit, the awesome goal, the fantastic prize of going up against AC Milan Qlash, which just might be the largest uphill battle that they have done thus far. So semifinals locked and loaded. Very excited to see these teams. Is this who you would have predicted to make it here?
Honestly, I thought ZeroZone would make it a little bit further, and I did think that Chasmac was going to make it into the semifinals. So I'm not doing so hot on my predictions. I'm sorry, F. That you listen to my predictions, but I mean, we got 2 of them right. Okay, we're like 50-50. I would say. I mean, it's not worse than guessing. So we got that. But still, this is what we love about the beginning of the season, is that we don't really know what our expectations are. We got to form a baseline for the rest of the season, and it's so exciting. It's so refreshing as well. It gets me really, really hyped up for the rest of the matches that we have today. Those semifinals are going to be moving along pretty soon here, I think.
I'm excited for the semifinal. There we go. Usually I'm more clever when I make a mistake, but not this time. Anyway, I'm going to go sit in timeout for a little bit because of that, and we are bringing you the semifinals in just a matter of moments. Arena Quesito going up against Portuguesa Esports, the semifinals of our Latam South BSC monthly finals coming at you right about now in a little bit.
sour. Girl, it's driving me insane. And I know I just need one more chance to prove my love to you. And if you come back to me, I'll guarantee that I'll never let you go.
Welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way,
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome back, Brawl Nation. What's good? We are continuing our coverage of the Latam South BSC 2022 monthly finals for the month of March, and we're excited to get it going. I'm your host, F. joined here by the best in the business of Ready Set, and we originally had 8 teams, and we have been slowly eliminating some until now we have 4. And after this round of play, we'll find just 2 that will go head-to-head in a best-of-5 for our finals. So, as I said, we're in the semifinals, and these 2 will be a best-of-5 here, Ready, which changes some things around since the former matches that we just watched were only BO3. And so, Portuguesa Esports going up against Arena Quesito. These 2 squads will be going, as I said, in semifinals. Best of 5 now as we approach the end.
Yeah, it's going to be, a better sample size for how talented each of these teams are in comparison to each other. Those quarterfinals, we got to get through them, right? They got to be best of 3, but as we move on to the semifinals and the finals, it would be a crime, right, to have anything less than a best of 5, especially from a spectator standpoint. We want to see these players play because they're just so good at what they do. So first up on the docket, we have Arena Quesito versus Portuguesa, then Embananados versus the fearsome AQM. Now, I think we all have our personal predictions about where this one is going to head. I think Portuguesa does have a very good chance of victory, and while I'm rooting for Embananados, they're no doubt the underdog. AQM has shown that they are so locked and loaded.
I mean, that's the idea is you kind of want to root for the underdog because I always say this. Sometimes fans at home will tweet at me and be like, ha, you got your prediction wrong. And I'm just like, listen, if we got a prediction wrong, that we're excited because that means the unexpected happened, and that's cool. That's why we watch sports. That's why we do what we do. So, there's no pride when it comes to that sort of thing. And when we see these matchups, we want to root for the exciting stuff. Match number 1 is going to be exciting no matter what, as we see AQ go up against Portuguesa Esports. And this Portuguesa team was a squad that you spoke very highly of earlier when we got a chance to see them go head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're looking at the roster of KGP FA's roster from 2021, right? They performed well in the monthly finals. They qualified, numerous months. And I think most importantly, though, the player that sticks out to me is Parzival, right? And we can see, right, that he has not faltered even a little bit. He's still playing the B. He's still playing the Mega Beetle B at that, right? I mean, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Yeah, Parzival is one of my favorite players of all time, and it's really a blessing that that I got to be part of this region because I love watching him play, and I think he's really good at what he does. But you can't just base your prediction on one brawler alone. We've seen this star-studded cast do well last year. The thing is, though, that Arena Quesito, this duo of Toxic and Trance, is something else, right? They stuck together throughout the season last year, and this season they have shown that as a duo alone, right, they are very, very closely synergizing, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops as the opponents grow stronger and stronger.
Draft coming at you here. Our players are going to have to plug in their picks and their bans, and I'm going to ask you guys to go ahead and plug in your predictions on our viewing platform. Hit up event.brawlstars.com, and that'll get you a chance to, honestly, see a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's really interactive, and you can win cool prizes. We're talking exclusive pins and a whole lot of other things. So we dropped this during LAN, and the fact that it's still keeping on is really, really sick. So let's jump into the draft here as we see the first pick, Tara, on Gem Grab. So we're getting Gem Grab, Knockout, and Heist guaranteed. And then if we go to a game 4 and a 5, we'll see Brawl Ball and Bounty respectively. And so here on Hard Rock Mine, the Tara pickup here, I love Tara. I think she can be underplayed sometimes when she sparkles in the meta. Everybody remembers her, so she's not forgotten ready. But I do like her, and I think she brings a lot of utility to the table. And most importantly, I don't think she locks in what characters you have to play around her, which is important for that #1 pick.
Oh yeah, I mean, Tara, she can, play either lane, right? So you have 2 different brawlers that you can match up against versus the enemy team. Here's the other thing, is that she's one half of the double pull strategy. So if Arena Quesito doesn't opt for the Jean, which it doesn't look like they are going to, then the Jean is in the playbook for Portuguesa. Now, here's something that we got to analyze as well about Arena Quesito. They're going to pick the Max, which is likely going to be at a mid, and this was really popularized by Zeta at Worlds and has been going strong ever since. Also, the Rico, right? And Rico is typically a go-to pick here on Hard Rock Mine, and it's also going to do a good job of denying Rosa, should that be picked by Portuguesa, which I would say is incredibly unlikely. But Arena Quesito can pick a Rosa of their own, and Portuguesa are going to have to be thinking about that. There's the Colonel Ruffs, and there's the 8-bit. Hey. Their mid is locked in. Colonel Ruffs is fearsome right now. Here's a counter pick, though. And this is really just going to be the biggest surprise of the pick phase. No predictions really on what this is going to be, because Rosa could get countered pretty hard.
You could go, I would honestly like to see a Rico. I feel like characters that can get past this, like when we look at Portuguesa, this seems to me like a really defensive, entrenched composition. And Rico or something to get around it is where I was thinking, but Arena Quesito seemed to go in the other direction of just shutting it down. With the Sandy here, they're going to be looking to kind of like obfuscate, make what Portuguesa Esports plans to do more difficult, I think.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a pretty good counter pick. I think there are a lot of options to go with, but we can break down exactly why Sandy was picked here. You take a look at 2 of the strong points of the brawlers on the right. Tara has those shades that she can spawn with her gadget. Likewise, Colonel Ruffs has those sandbags that he can spawn with his gadget. Sandy, he has a penetrating attack. He's able to deal with them in basically a couple of shots. So those abilities are now moot as long as Sandy is matched up on that lane. And Toxic is going to play very carefully because he is actually outranged by Tara, but he is more consistent with the damage at range, and that could be quite successful for this matchup. Gooey Ghoul is quite slow. Hopefully, for Christian's sake, he doesn't feed the super too early, and there it is, actually. The super that is going to give Gooey Ghoul a lot of speed. Here's also the shades that are going to keep Trance from doing as much, but Toxic rotates onto the lane. Big sleep, but isn't able to capitalize on it. Nonetheless, Arena Quesito do have control of mid by the looks of things.
Ooh, for now, though, great positioning coming out from Portuguesa was only there for a moment. Yeah, only there for a moment as the answer back. Very, very good here. As Portuguesa winds up on the bad side of things. Arena Quesito stepping on up. Nice kill there from Toxic, and Rico going all the way home. Trance really doing work here for AQ. And honestly, I think Trance's left lane prowess won this match if it does end here.
There is so much to appreciate about this map, as well as the brawlers that Arena Quesito has picked in. My eyes are 100% on Trance here. He did exactly what he needed to do with Rico, and he did it exactly how it needed to be done. Rico's such a good pick on this map because he can lock down a lane. And not only that, but he can flank behind and spawn trap an enemy. Of course, you need a little bit of assistance. You're not going to win the 1v3 consistently, especially at this level of play where everyone is so well matched, but he showed us exactly how it's done. Very textbook play, and we're gonna see it again. If Portuguesa Esports allows it, they're gonna have to be very cautious about this left lane where Trance is once more trying to push up.
Exactly. I had a little bit of brain lag during the picks and bans. I don't know why I didn't see the Rico selected earlier on, but the Rico and the Sandy, like, that's the idea. Portuguesa are like, all right, we have all these characters that can just stand still and protect themselves. And Arena Quesito goes, well, Rico's going to shoot around it, Sandy's going to shoot through it, and you're just going to be mad. That's really how it's worked out so far. Rico has dominated this left lane by doing exactly that. Here comes Toxic from the right-hand side. Rico from the left. Where your sandbags at, bro? As Christian finds another kill. And Arena Quesito feeling very pretty.
It's almost comical, right? You see immediately the reaction from Toxic as soon as he sees shades or the sandbags go down. He immediately flexes onto Trance's lane to help him out. Here we go, once again. Now, Parzival actually did a pretty, for lack of a better term, high IQ move there by spawning the shades around the obstacle so that they couldn't be taken down in one swoop by Toxic. It did allow him to get that lane victory versus Toxic for now, but still, Parzival is nowhere near Christian. There's a little happy kite for Christian, and that's it. I mean, Arena Quesito have shut these guys down.
Clean stuff. As we get a chance to look at the big guy himself, that's Trance repping Arena Quesito, and yeah, I think he was a big part of their victory right there. Ready, set, and this was really smart picks and bans. You see the defensive, we're going to have more and more names for these compositions as time goes on, but like, don't take this one home with you, but like structure, right? They're just sandbags and stuff. Guys that put up walls. We pick the guys that go around those walls, whether literally or through like, this was a great answer. And because of that, one in the pocket for Arena Quesito. And so we go into Gold Arm Gulch here, which will be a look here at Knockout, which again, we played once today, but is new in the BSC scene. So if you're just watching us, basically it is, you get 1 life, 3 versus 3, free-for-all kill type deal. And there's 2 rounds in each game. So it gets complicated when we count who's winning, but like at the end of the day, it is the most simplistic game mode. Kill the other guy and don't die yourself. Like that's really all it is, right? Like that's thumbs up, right? That's it. So coming into this one, I am more and more interested in how Knockout drafts wind up looking. Do you value high kill prowess, or do you value the ability not to die because you only get 1 life, right? So in a way, tanks are more interesting because I have 10,000 HP literally, and that is better when you only get 1 life. But yeah, so this is where my brain is at when it comes down to this game mode for sure.
Yeah, and I think a good way to think about this, right, is in relation to a game mode that's very popular in Brawl Stars that is not played in competitive, which is Showdown, right? There's a lot of debate surrounding Showdown. Is the objective to kill the enemy brawlers and be the last one standing, or is the objective simply survival, right? Well, in Knockout, the win condition is that you outlive the enemy team. The only way to get there, though, is by taking them out yourself. So whichever you prioritize is completely up to you, but it doesn't change. The win condition is survival. We're going to see that first pick by Portuguesa Esports is Gene, which they should be able to play around really well. And F-Dot, I mean, yeah, I wonder how this is going to progress.
Yeah, for sure. I like the Gene selection because, again, I think Gene is a pick, and this is mode specific. Gene is a pick that I don't think dictates what you have to select around it. Now, Gene is not as open as Byron might be. There are characters that you might want to go with Gene, specifically for game mode purposes, but when it comes down to Knockout, I mean, I'll play anybody with Gene, right? Just pull the guy and I'll kill him. Like, that works out no problem. So I like the Gene selection, as the response is Byron and Christian across the way. And looking to finish this one off, I like what you asked, and that could be like a fun, like, almost like horoscope question for your friends. What's the goal of Knockout? And see how they answer. Do they say to kill everyone, or do they say to outlive everyone? Right? That's like that's deep. It tells you what kind of person you are, right?
Yeah. Okay, now this is interesting, right? We see the pick from Portuguesa Esports. They pick Daryl and Sprout. Okay. This also allows Arena Quesito to pick a counter pick, but I'll break down why I think Portuguesa Esports are picking Daryl here, because they knew that Daryl would be super strong if they left it open for Arena Quesito, even if they don't want to play Daryl themselves, which is huge. Arena Quesito, they pick the Byron, which will work well with the tank, but they don't pick a tank because they don't want to allow Portuguesa to pick a counter, and they're going to pick up the Pam, actually. Now, Pam isn't going to be amazing versus Sprout, especially since Sprout can shoot over walls, but here's the thing. The damage output from Portuguesa Esports at range is kind of poor, and that is where Arena Quesito excels. I think that this is a game that's not necessarily won in the pick phase, but there's definitely advantage for Arena Quesito.
And so this is actually the other side of the coin that we haven't gotten to yet. What a great show we have here. So Portuguesa, they use their pick as a fan, but they might have outsmarted themselves here. Because, I mean, Reddy, this is where I lean on you. Like, check me or wreck me. I don't think this is a great composition from Portuguesa. Like, it's not terrible, but this can't be what they were planning in their bedrooms before they played. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and sometimes that's just what happens in Power Match format, is you end up with kind of a collection of brawlers, right? Do they work together? If you make them work, right? And that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Which is totally fine.
To the situation. Yeah, you don't just have to adapt to the situation of, like, these are the brawlers that are being played, but when you're physically in the game, you got to think about your positioning and things. And I think Portuguesa Esports are doing a phenomenal job of that first. They picked up an early kill on Rico, which I think is one of the large reasons for the Sprout pick, is that Sprout hard counters Rico. And Arena Quesito are locked in over here. They're in jail. There's just no way.
I sat here, bro, and listen, I'm not very shy about it. Sprout is my favorite character. And I was
mine too, man.
Like, Knockout, I don't know how Sprout's gonna, like, really... Thrower is good, but, like, I want somebody a little bit more, hammer than nail type deal. Less utility and less... Nah, man, I just saw why you picked them up. You put a parenthesis around the guys, and they can't leave. Great strategy, and I love it. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's sick. And so, again, this is the strat for Portuguesa. Listen, Arena Quesito are playing 1.5 DPS, 2 healers, right? Realistically, this is 1 DPS, 2 healers. And... well, we killed the DPS, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
That's the strategy. That's the whole strategy for Portuguesa. Like, and this goes back to, like, I used to play 3v3 arena games like this, and these are the strats. When you see double healer DPS, that's what I used to play, actually. Once upon a time. I wasn't the healer, obviously. You just kill the DPS guy. That's what you do. And in Brawl Stars, I don't think the healers are strong enough to, like, really just keep one dude up massively. And so Portuguesa, I think, have a wonky composition because they have dealt themselves a bad card by trying to use their pick as a ban. But it do not matter because they are just outplaying strategically what Arena Quesito has brought to the table.
Yeah, and take a look as well. I mean, this is a strategy to deny the Rico, right? Rico counters Daryl if you're playing lane, right? And you can simply choose not to play lane. And this is, this is a common at high rank strategy to play versus Rico. right, is simply to not play versus Rico and make him just act like a worse Colt, right? Which is what Trance finds himself as in this situation, is just a worse Colt that is getting chipped down consistently by Gene, can get outranged by Parzival, and also can get pulled by Gooey Ghoul to bring this 3v3 to a 3v2.
I was just going to bring up, oh man, this is funny. This is funny. This is funny. That's funny. And Portuguesa are the ones laughing to the bank as they lock the opposition up and go on to round number 2 here. That was the best look that Arena Quesito has gotten in 3 separate rounds. And it's because Rico didn't die. Now, the problem is, Portuguesa, like, they already showed you this strategy, dude. You hide in the corner, we castle you like, you know, chess. We've seen this one. I don't know why Arena Quesito walked into that. I think that was the first egregious mistake that they've made. Like, they've lost the games and that happens, but that last one, that was a big oops.
Yeah, there have been a lot of really near misses here. Gooey Ghoul was on low health for so long, and a lot of shots he juked him out, or otherwise they were completely missed by Arena Quesito. Now, it's not impossible to bring it back, but it's not terribly likely either. Portuguesa Esports just needs to get this next round of victory, and they're headed on to a set number 3 and a guaranteed set number 4 with things all tied up. Though Trance is not about to let this fall out of his grasp, but Parzival, man, it just seems like it's always the same exact position on the wall, the same wall every single time. It gets him every time. It's the old 1-2. And he shows us how it is done, and he's got the gamer thumb gloves on as well. I don't know about y'all, but I love those things. Totally off topic, but when it's warm, when it's winter, it's cold outside, it's warm inside, I'm playing my game, my thumbs start getting sweaty, dude. Right? And and this is the pro level play. There was an NA pro who used chapstick he put chapstick on his screen, right? I found antiperspirant for your thumbs. Put it on my thumbs. Thumbs were super dry. Totally off topic.
So you just sitting like this the whole time before you got to play? Is that what you're doing? Ready? Is that what you're doing?
No, dude. I got my thumbs on the screen. My phone's warming up. It can't just be a me problem, man.
I'm gonna bully you for that forever. I'm just letting you know.
Maybe I'm just that.
It's me getting ready for Brawl Stars games, guys. Just hanging out.
Sorry, folks. I got thumb perspiration. I can't make it tonight. I can't play in the scrim, y'all. Oh my goodness.
Real talk though, whatever it takes to win. I've seen some of the NA pros wearing the thumb gloves. The what are they called? The thumb things. I've seen some NA pros wearing them as well. Saw a couple of them at LAN. Even see some like compression sleeves like NBA players wear as well. Like the full thing, man. Listen, gaming, as long as you're not interrupting anybody, whatever makes you better, go ahead. You know what I mean? If you want to play standing on your head, I don't know how that's going to translate to LAN, but I'm sure they'll let you do it. Like, so whatever it takes to win, that's actually a big part. When you do get to LAN, there are some adaptations that you've got to do. At finals, we saw that the guys were standing up, and you're tournament fatigue and doing that for a long time. Like that is, I always, a brief aside here, don't complain about the situation. Just it's the variable of the game, and so that's part of it. So longevity, as we get into our best of 5, is absolutely on the mind. We are guaranteed 4 games now, or sets rather, since Portuguesa took one, and so has Arena Quesito. And so as we head over to match number 3, Heist is up on the docket. No Daryl, says Arena Quesito. They did not like what they saw last time around. And, I think that's also the fun fact is, again, one of the things that we'll see in these extended series is more so in the best of 5, but definitely in the best of 3 with the idea of picks and bans in mind. We are going to see the mini meta. Is a term that I use a lot. We have the meta game of the game where, Fang's the best and Daryl's real strong and watch out for sharpshooters on maps like this. But then you also have the mini meta of the set itself. you know what these individual teams are good at and how game 1 and 2 went, and that's going to change the way you approach. Arena Quesito is showing us just that. They weren't banning Daryl earlier on, but now they know they have to, specifically on Heist. That's where he really flexes the most. And so, nice little tail of the tape there. First pick goes Piper on the left side, and then right side Portuguesa goes with a tank killer alongside Byron.
All right. Yeah, this is like one of the situations where I think Piper is actually a pretty safe first pick and a good one at that as well. I mean, we talk safe zone, we talk bridge too far, these long-range heist maps. This is where you don't need to worry about a Mortis getting up all in your business if you decide to pick up a brawler like Piper. So it's a safe pick. Portuguesa, they go for the Byron Colette. This is kind of an old strategy, but with the buffs that Colette has received recently with that new gadget, it very well could be viable. We'll have to see what their last pick is just for that counter pick. And Arena Quesito, they are going to go for the B, actually. Now, I think a good last pick for them could be Nanny, but Brock also is in the cards. The thing is, though, Portuguesa Esports, like, what possible counter could they have to the all long range? They just need to double down with yet another long range. Yeah, here is the Brock, and I think really the best that Portuguesa Esports can do in this situation is pick up a Nanny or something.
Yeah, not a bad look. Arena Quesito have my preferred strategy for this map. And I say preferred specifically because by no means is it the best. I think it is a well-shaped strategy, but certainly there are answers. And our first look at Fang, as Parseval gets to select the cap guy, and I'm excited. You know, I think this is a cool character. Shout outs to Terry, and we'll see how Fang makes this stuff work. Do you think it's the answer to the long-range shots from Arena Quesito?
Yes. At 100%. I think that this is a colossal, gigantic Omega Brain strategy from Parzival. Now, Parzival does usually compete with the longer range brawlers. He probably had his precious B stolen from him by Trance, and now he is going to get his revenge in the form of Fang. I almost didn't see Fang coming, right? In fact, I didn't see it coming at all because we have not seen him even once today, with the exception of being on the list of banned brawlers. Now, Lele Day is going to try and get in close range versus Christian. He is going to get taken down as well, but he's also not going to allow any damage on Portuguesa Esports' save. Christian might be able to get in 1 or 2 pot shots, but really, Lele Day just has to focus on getting that super up, and then he can start working his magic on the backlines of Arena Quesito. The thing is, no matter how much damage you're able to pump out, Trance especially, you're just not going to be able to contend with the AoE stun. You're not.
Yep. And
you cannot pump out enough damage to confirm a kill on Fang by the time that he's close to you.
That's the idea, is these long-range shots just have to keep Fang at bay. I mean, so you don't have to bring the save to 0. You just need literally 1 shot could win you the game. And so I think that's the strategy from Arena Quesito. They're not looking for 0. They're just looking for more than the enemy team, which right now they have a little under 40 for them, with 15 on the side of Portuguesa. And so Arena Quesito looking here, I mean, this is the idea that as long as they keep everyone at bay, they should win. Like, the ball is in their court, so to speak, is what I'm trying to say.
No doubt. Let's see how Portuguesa Esports responds to the continual barrage that is meeting their Colette every time she pokes her head out. It's unfortunate for Guigul because he is outranged by everyone on the enemy team, and that is pretty much the one counter and the best counter to Colette. Ooh, big moves by Lele Day. He does get taken down by Trance. Trance is going to tank 1 shot. Ooh, and a missed super by Parzival. That is going to hurt them. They have a lot of damage to go and not much time to get it. Parzival's low on health. Guigul will be able to get that awesome 6,000 damage. Lele Day still can keep pressuring these guys in. It is a 13% differential. Big jump in from Piper as well. Gotta see the defense. Lele Day goes down, and this is going to be the victory going to Arena Quesito.
Christian. Listen, I did not take notes this match. I will be honest. Usually, I have my notebook right here, and I take my notes. Christian, I don't know how many kills he got, but I think he got all of them. That Piper was out of control, and every time you looked up, you saw Piper in the kill feed. Really important stuff, because Christian was also looking for the stuff after the stuff. You don't get any points for killing somebody. You get points for killing them, walking past them, and hitting the safe. And so Christian was able to do both. Not only is he able to win his lane, he's able to win his teammate's lane, and then he's able to pile shots in there into the safe. I mean, as I say it, Christian brings it to life. That's the opposite of the caster's curse. So,
yeah.
Thank you, man. That's exactly what I needed to show everybody. Thumbs up, dude.
At this point, they should just hire you to be a coach. I mean, you're good at saying things and putting them into actions, right? Christian will get more damage on the safe now, and just as I say that, oh man, Christian is going to town. Trance is going to get a kill on Parzival, though, and Lele Day will take quite a bit of damage, actually, from Toxic. Lele Day is really being denied the super this time. I think Arena Quesito did a great job of it last time. They did get taken down a handful of times, but this time as well, I mean, they are keeping that consistency of keeping Lele Day off of their safe, but Gooey Ghoul is actually going to get a lot of damage this time, and Parzival is very effectively keeping him alive. Christian goes down. This is bad business. 20% differential quickly shrinking as Portuguesa Esports is about to reclaim this lead, it looks like.
Looks like it. Trouble on the top side as the trade out goes, Lele and Toxic. Virtually tied as Trance defends here. Portuguesa on a good side right now as they've done more damage to the enemy safe than they've suffered. But Arena Quesito looking for the answer back. They've got a long time, 40 seconds here on the clock. And Christian finding damage onto the save and bringing his team within 1%. But Parzival finds the kill and then some. Great shot from the red team, 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds remain. We do have a honeypot down from Trance. He tanks one shot, but it's not going to allow him to get any damage on that safe. Meanwhile, Gooey Ghoul keeps on receiving the healing. The thing is, if he is able to consistently dodge out these shots, then he will stay alive long enough to hold back Arena Quesito. Toxic is forced to back up. Trance picks up the kill, though. Only a few seconds left to get a whole lot of damage. Is it even possible? Trance, Toxic. Is Toxic able to? No, it does not look like it, though it's extraordinarily close. A 3% difference is all that separates them from victory. Really, just a second longer, he still could have died. The Incendiary, I think, would have taken the safe down enough.
I agree. I liked the idea, and again, they had, this is one where they did the right thing, they just failed to execute, right? The X's and O's and the bashes and blows. I like that. The X's and O's and bashes and blows don't always line up. And the jump in from Piper on the left side, if she gets the kill, they win the game. Right thought. Unfortunately, didn't land the shots. And so because of that, we find ourselves tied up. And Arena Quesito take an early lead here, chipping down 22% just like that. Colette runs in, or Fang rather, runs in and is taken care of by Trance. And Fang doesn't even get any damage on the safe. Not a great look, Bob. As Christian jumps out of there. And it's a large lead here for AQ.
Good stuff as they continue to get damage on that safe. Trance does take quite a bit of damage, but he will stay alive. Also, look how it doesn't even matter that everyone's on super low health. They're rolling with the punches. They have the outrange on everyone with the exception of Parzival, and they are pumping out more and more damage with that damage gear. Now, Trance is going to fall, but so does...
It's Christian again! Look at him, man! Oh, fantastic. Just so accurate. Christian playing on the left-hand side earlier on, now playing on the right side, getting kills all across the board, left, mid, and center. Takes out the mid laner, jumps away from Lele Day as Toxic takes down the left side, and with everybody dead, pow, pow, pow. Portuguesa 5% away from taking it. But with 50 seconds on the clock, it's not over. And the ball seems to be in the hands of Portuguesa as they push forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough push, especially without Gooey Ghoul as well to hold that front line. Now it's just Parzival who has to tank. A little bit of Incendiary is all it's going to take. And Christian, okay, of course Christian has to get the last shot. As if he didn't get enough kill confirms in that last game. He had to get the safe confirm as well. Amazing, amazing stuff throughout this last game. Christian is now one of our primary focuses as we head into the next set. Set number 2 is complete, or rather set number 3 is complete, and Super Beach is on the way.
Yeah, Trance right there. We saw him on the camera. Chilling. Just chilling. We've seen some great pop-offs, and I'm always going to vote for the pop-offs. But there is something cool about just like, yeah, I'm winning. Right? Like, you know what I mean? So cool stuff there from Trance as we see the squad move on to Brawl Ball. Super Beach is where we're headed, and Brawl Ball, I think, is one of the worlds where composition can be the most wild and wacky, right? Yeah. Like when we have all of our different modes, I look at Bounty, I have a specific game set in mind. I look at Hot Zone, I have a specific game set in mind, right? When I come here to Brawl Ball, you know, we can go Max and run really fast, or we can go Sandy and just walk up the mid, or we can go Leon and be invisible, or we can just kill you, or we can go tanks. There are so many different approaches to Brawl Ball. So I'm really excited to see how the picks and bans phase really changes the way this mode is played.
All right, well, we got to get our bans rolled out first. What are those banned brawlers? Keep in mind, those are blind, so we could see a duplicate. We saw
Mortis.
That, yeah, Fang was not super devastating. Mortis, I would love to see like a Mortis dribble or something. Maybe we can see a Mortis as the counter pick. It all depends on who gets the coin flip. Okay, we're gonna get to see Portuguesa actually get the last pick. But yes, the Daryl ban and the Ash ban totally makes sense. Ash with Rotten Banana, so strong, especially when you can pick Ash and then Byron immediately after. It's a win condition, so it's a good call by Arena Quesito to ban out Ash.
I definitely, I expect to see some bans of Ash in our next semifinals. And Embananados doesn't want to play against Rotten Banana, right?
Their alter ego, the only thing that can neutralize Embananados is their rotten counterpart.
Gotta watch out for that. So, Arena Quesito here is starting us off with Portuguesa going to the Fang. They'll have the Fang here and available. And you kind of brought up the idea that Mortis being a counter pick. We are going to see more characters thanks to the picks and ban phase. Because there are characters that in blind pick are a gamble, but in picks and bans aren't. If you're last picking Mortis, you're picking him into a comp where he doesn't have anybody that's gonna, step on him, right? Whereas in blind pick, you're afraid to pick some of those more niche characters because you don't know what the enemy is gonna be bringing. And so with the changes here, we definitely have a chance to see some of the different characters, and I'm eager to see as the game goes on, how deep we get into the roster. But the Sandy, the Max, the Spike, I love it. One of my preferred compositions here, coming out from Arena Quesito. Last choice, Portuguesa, where do they go?
Yeah, this is very mysterious because Christian on the Sandy is a good counter pick. Trance also on the Spike. Here's the deal: is that it is going to do well versus the B, sure. It does kind of limit Portuguesa's options as far as what their last pick can be. They don't want it to be anything that'll get shredded by Spike when they get in close range. Gooey Ghoul, though, is going to still be able to do okay versus Spike, and oh my gosh, Parzival on the Modus. This is a great surprise. I wonder how exactly this is going to look, because this is like an all-out aggressive comp from Gooey Ghoul and Parzival. They are going to struggle a little bit versus Trance. Yeah, Creature of the Night out here on the field. And really all the stops are pulled out. This is a mystery. I have no idea how this is going to play out.
I really like this draft coming out here from Arena Quesito again. The Mortis, Last pick Mortis is always going to be a good look because you know what you're going into, and that's what he absolutely has the potential to do. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, and we walk on. That's what Mortis does.
Does Rogue Mortis have buckles on his shoes, or does he have little mummified feet? Maybe we can touch on that later.
He's a pirate, so he's got to wear those like pilgrim shoes, right?
This is true.
You know what I'm talking about? You know?
Yeah, he's a buccaneer for sure.
So that's how you're going to answer. You're going to answer Mortis with that stun. Great move. And Max is off to the races. Not enough to get it done because Fang's right there in the middle. Christian ultimately takes him down, but it's after the fact that a great defensive move here by the Mortis player. First of all, corners the ball, and Portuguesa will respawn and regroup.
Yeah, this is a very safe position for the ball, actually. All the way back in their corner, though. They might be playing a little bit too defensively considering their composition. Now, Parzival is going to be able to get the kill confirmed. Toxic is also not willing to take the risk of using a gadget to get that sneaky stun with the goal, especially as Lele Day is respawning at that time. Lele Day does have that AoE stun ready to go. He's not going to use it quite yet, though. Rude Sands is in action. Total visibility in these bushes. Everyone has to move out. No visibility for Portuguesa. Meanwhile, in the back lines, we see the kill by Parzival. Wow, and it's a team kill by Gooey Ghoul and Lele Day to finish things off. And they're going to run it. Never mind. Nope, they're still going to play the
Not quite. Great shots there combining from Lele and the Gooey Ghoul as they take out the left laner. And we are chilling, bro. Basically, again, beginning of the season, I'll give you guys some tutorial stuff. 2 goals wins it. However, if the timer runs out and you have 1 goal, you still win it, which is why Portuguesa has done this. I always call it castling because I'm a big nerd. And it's kind of like chess where I can't really explain it, but it's like chess. They do it in chess. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. Portuguesa takes game number 1 here, and they do it in defensive fashion. Good stuff. I like how they were able to leverage their composition, play it well, and they did exactly what they needed to do. I presented it sort of tongue-in-cheek, but by no means do I want to take away the idea that there are multiple win cons here, and the way that Portuguesa, right off the bat, kill, get the goal, and let's just hang out now. That's totally irrelevant, reliable strat. They're able to execute once, but not twice, as Christian finds the kill after the fact. And this is a different story. Quesito is trapping the ball on their side for a different reason now. No goals on the board. And so what they're going to look for is they're going to look for map control before they move forward. And here they are, ball centered. And the kills going the way of Quesito.
This is a really good response by Toxic to Fang pushing in. Ooh, and a big goal from Christian. And that is going to put 1 goal on the leaderboard for Arena Quesito. 1 more, and they'll be 1 game away from taking the victory and headed on to the grand finals. It's looking very, very realistic, though likewise, Portuguesa Esports are 1 game away from making it a set 5. We'll see how it turns out. We'll see Lele Day on the left side, very, very low health, has to retreat all the way. Parzival has to defend this ball from Christian. Trance and Christian are going to work together, though, to establish a new backline a little bit further up on the field. Meanwhile, on the left side, Lele Day does have his super ready to go. There's the speed. Toxic is extremely dangerous, and that flying kick completely misses. Lele Day goes down. 1 kill on Portuguesa Esports' side. It's all down to Trance to get a goal, but it's not going to happen. Now he just has to, once more, establish a backline pretty high up to give his team the advantage.
All right. Ball centered. Toxic tries to walk past Lele. Can't make it happen. Here comes Parzival. Needs help. Doesn't get it. Does get it. Oh, wow. Goes down after the kick, and the ball score is good. Kobe on the clock with 24 to go. And Arena Quesito and Portuguesa Esports find themselves tied up. And here comes Christian. Max has the speed, Sandy leading the charge. Trans trying to deal with the right-hand side because they know that Mortis is coming. Mortis goes down. Guigul is able to answer 2-on-2, 6 seconds remaining. The team coming for the right-hand side. Goal! Christian scores, and Arena Quesito brings us to a game 3.
All right, and that's going to bring us to a match point as well. If Arena Quesito gets the next game victory, then they're going on to the grand finals to face, well, either Embananados or AQM. Depending on who you think is going to take the victory, you can always put in your predictions at event.brawlstars.com and get some awesome in-game rewards for it. Nonetheless, Christian tries to escape Parzival's grasp, but Parzival picks up the double kill. Little spin there as Parzival wants that ball, and 1-2. Oh, he won't be able to get it in. So unfortunate, he used all of his shots that he would have been able to use to put that ball in the goal to dribble it forward. Unfortunate situation, a near early goal for Portuguesa Esports, which seems to be their signature move, is to get a very early goal with Mortis. Nonetheless, they won't find themselves in the worst of situations, not the best either, as they are all the way backed up.
Trouble. Cactus blocking some shots. Sandy executes, and now it's all in. Christian dodging and weaving, still gets taken down, but that's it, folks. Goal number 1. Again, it's Christian. Listen, we don't do this, we don't do an MVP thing, and if we did, it would come later. But I'm putting my vote for Christian, straight up and down. This guy has carried this team. I don't want to say carried, the team has done work, but it's not all done yet, as Portuguesa are ready to go and have the ball on the enemy side.
Yeah, let me tell you what, we talked about the duo of Toxic and Trance a whole lot, but it does seem that they mostly take the lane brawlers, right? And they're able to switch with each other really, really well, probably without even having to use team comms to know when they need a switch. And Christian is just the glue that brings this team together. It is very, very clear why this duo decided to seek out Christian to be their third, because he is fantastic, especially as a lone wolf when he just needs to make it happen all by himself, whether it's scoring a goal, whether it's picking up some confirmed kills with Piper. In this situation, though, it needs to be the next. The pace of this match change up a lot.
Definitely keeping an eye on it all. Christian again gets a strong defensive kill. Christian again gets a strong defensive kill. And 14 seconds left. Christian again gets a strong defensive kill. And just like that, we're going to see it go in the direction of Arena Quesito. Christian got his dancing shoes on. And what a great, great look. Trance now showing himself a little bit happier as the match is over. And, you know, I like that. We saw him earlier on in between, and he was a little more reserved. Now feeling really good as Super Beach goes in the direction of the blue team, and they will ultimately take things ding, 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 just like that. And so Arena Quesito will move on to the grand finals, and I think that's an upset. That is an upset. That is an upset. What do you think?
It's an upset. I mean, I'm not super upset, right? I love seeing these guys. Succeed. I think that they got a really, really great year ahead of them if they keep up this momentum. But it's not who I predicted, right? And it does not involve one of my favorite players in the Brawl Stars scene, Parzival, which is a bit of an upset, right? But I always like seeing things evolve and moving forward as well. Speaking of evolving and moving forward, some former members of Aphelion on the enemy team for our next matchup as we progress into the second semifinal. Actually, we're looking at AQM versus Embananados. This is going to be an interesting one. Definitely an underdog story for Embananados.
Yep. They are going head-to-head against one of the stronger teams in the region. You mentioned the fact that they former Aphelion and now AC Milan Qlash, and so, you know, just going from org to org, Aphelion, a strong org to be sure, definitely has a footing in a lot of mobile games. AC Milan Qlash, though, I mean, you know, no disrespect literally to anybody, it's AC Milan, dude. Like, that's a big deal. And so getting noticed by a mainstream football club like that is absolutely, you know, you've been doing the right things. And so Embananados going up against the Titans, you know, this is going to be an uphill battle for them for sure. You know, I think this one, again, comes into the idea, picks and bans. Our power match format is always going to bridge the gap a little bit between mismatched squads. I think that when we see the ability to draft and ban, you shorten that distance between, you know, top card and bottom card, because you can bring different strategies, you can mess up their strategies. Once upon a time, if I'm better than your team, I just pick what I'm good at, and I'm better than you, and oh well, you got to go home. Now, across the other way, I say I because I'm always going to be the worst one on the. I can deal with it. I can ban your favorite stuff. I can see what you're picking and then change it, you know, by selecting the Daryl when you pick your obvious choice. So Reddy, I like the idea here, and Embananados, I think they've, you know, this is a world where you can find the upset.
Yeah, you totally could, right? I think that they've had a good trajectory so far. And AQM, here's the deal, though, is that they looked very, very dominant in the fourth quarter final. So I think that they also have a really nice trajectory as well. They're both coming into this with fiery momentum. Our first game is going to be a great litmus test to see how the rest of the match is going to turn out. But before we can even do that, we also have to check out the ban and pick phase as well for the very first map to get an idea of what brawlers we're even going to be seeing in the first place. Of course, strong brawlers that we saw last time. We saw Daryl, even though we got a little bit of a nerf, he is still quite strong. We also saw quite a bit of Fang, though some brawlers that we haven't seen a whole lot, in fact, at all. We haven't seen Griff even once, and we haven't seen Grom even once, which is really surprising. I am surprised
at that. Yeah, like Griff is very, very strong, but strikes me as a character that might be liked more in other regions than others. When we see characters like Griff, they're strategy dependent, and I'm not saying Latam South doesn't like him, but by not seeing Griff, my first thought was, oh, maybe they just don't play him here. Grom, on the other hand, where's Grom? Like, where's Grom, dude? Where's Grom? That's all I'm kind of thinking here. Where's Grom? And so, do we see it here? Because this is also a conversation that we have. We're deeper in the bracket. A lot of these teams in the quarterfinals, we'll see half and half. We've got AC Milan Qlash and these established squads and some noobs that just showed up and did really well and are hoping to start their career. And so when you have that in mind, you know, you come in and you don't always show all of your talent in the first couple of games, because if I'm that good and I think I can beat quarterfinals without showing my secret strategy, well, then power to you. So as we get deeper into the competition and we get in the semifinals and then eventually finals, we might see more of those characters that we didn't see earlier, because draft composition is now a secret. You now have to protect your strategy book. You've got to take this and put it in your pocket and not let anybody see it. Otherwise, there'll be drama. I love when there's team drama, but not when it's about stealing strats. That gets scary. That's a world we're in. So, semifinals getting set up here, best of 5. Excited to see who is going to wind up against Quesito in the finals.
Yeah, it's not too much of a mystery, though there is something a bit ominous that Embananados does bring to the table, which is that we saw them perform great in the first quarter, or rather in the third quarterfinal. That plus they are bringing something completely different than AQM. We haven't seen these guys in the competitive scene a whole lot. And we are coming with some renewed expectations as well as we progress into a new match format. Now we're going in the power match format as well. We'll see our first map, though. It is double swoosh. We'll have those bands rolling out shortly. And we'll
that first pick. You know, one of the stronger analysts in the game, Teddy, actually, he told me, you know, one of the deeper things why this map is called Double Swoosh. Do you know?
No.
Well, there's 2 swooshes.
A swoosh?
Yeah, there's 2 of them. You see the little swoosh on the left side? There's also one on the right.
I didn't recognize it because it was upside down. That is, in fact,
And
a
so
swoosh.
it's double swoosh and double crow ban. Nobody wants to play against him, and I think it makes sense. Cow Dog here going with Tara, which I love it. So, a lot of places to hide. Tara looks good there. Crow is scary to play against there, hence the ban. And by the first pick, Tara, you could really throw a monkey wrench into what AC Milan Qlash want to do here if you're Embananados by taking some of the choices that you might partner up with that Tara.
This is totally true. Maybe a Gene or something could be possible. Nope, but they're actually going to be going for Bo. Now, when we do see Bo here, he's typically played as a mid-brawler. Here's another thing to consider also is Spike is typically going to be played on the right lane. Now, Spike is going to be able to outrange Tara a little bit, but big issue is that Life Plant is not going to be effective versus Tara because her attacks pierce. So I wonder what the matchup is going to be.
Why is it that we usually see Spike on the right side? Is it the direction that the things go?
Spike is just good at checking bushes for the most part. And you're looking at the most exposed bush on the right side. It's the easiest access to get to your brawler at mid who's carrying all the gems. So you need to make sure that that area is clear. But you also don't want to risk too much by going into that bush yourself. And since Spike's projectile spreads out pretty well, especially if you're running curveball, he's usually a pretty safe bet. Sometimes we see Amber fill that role as well. The thing is that Amber's not as reliable in the later game or versus like other matchups where Spike can really succeed as a generalist.
It's an interesting trade-off. I actually prefer the Amber. I think Spike is safer but wider, if you will. Like you said, he can last into the late game a little bit better, whereas Amber will do what she does better than Spike, but that's all she does, and she'll kind of fall off a little bit later. And I like that. I like just going all in on the Amber. So it's, again, different ways to kind of like peel the same banana, if you will. So a nice thought process there. Ems is also a great choice when it comes down to clearing bushes and doing things like that. And as we have our final compositions locked in here, something I want to bring up, Double Swoosh, it is not quite the Sneaky Fields of the Worlds, but when we see these heavy bush compositions in 2021 and before, it would be Tara, Bo, and somebody else for both squads.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like probably Rosa, Tara, Bro, and we immediately see something change. You're only going to get one of them now, and that has to be part of how you deal. Shades down and lights out for Cow Dog as King J takes care of business on the right-hand side. First gem going to blue, but AC Milan Qlash respond with a kill as well, and they'll find the lead 3-1.
And that's why you don't push up too high in the bushes. I think that because P.E.K.K.A is running the speed gear and Brawl was expecting him to come by just a little bit later, speed gear has thrown a, as you said, like a monkey wrench, right, into the muscle memory of a lot of players. And just like that, actually, AC Milan Qlash have managed to completely wrest the control from Embananados of their very own bush. Cow Dog is going to get a pull here and a successful kill. And the Shade is going to look for a target as Cow Dog goes down. BT Zim will get to throw down his turret as well. P.E.K.K.A has to retreat. Tootie has a super, so he can bush check relatively well. But it looks like P.E.K.K.A is going to exploit his longer range for the time being. Cow Dog also attempts to maintain control on the left side. Really just 2 gems needed by AC Milan Qlash here. A good push forward by VT Zim and some assistance from Cow Dog, especially by means of a super, will confirm the win for these guys.
Trouble in paradise as Embananados try to find their way back in. Tootie does a great job, right-hand side, but it's just not enough to maintain full mid-control as Cow Dog is on fire. Great job there, and VT able to confirm as well. That's going to be it for game number 1 as Pekka's dancing, but we will go to the bank and put one in the deposit box. AC Milan Qlash are able to take this one looking pretty simple, and so we'll see if they can finish things off here. One more game of double swoosh required, and then we'll do dueling beetles and layer cake, pinhole punt, and flaring phoenix if we get there. I'll be honest already, Set, I don't know about flaring phoenix. I'm not counting Embananados out. We might just get our way to game number 4 and see some bounty, but this really seems really strong here. Or, excuse me, Brawl Ball, but this really seems really strong from ACMQ.
Yeah, no doubt. We got to see some stuff from King J, like more consistently getting that super and blowing up the enemy side. The thing is that he doesn't get a super typically until there's already an enemy lurking in his bushes on the left side. Now, Dog will go down, actually. King J does take a significant amount of damage. No shots on a VT Zim. He needs this super very badly, but it just won't come. Now, Tootie on the M's, now switching over to the right side, is going to be able to slow down that push from the right side a lot more, and here is the destruction on the right side, and this is why we didn't see the Amber, actually, is because they were going to rely on Bo to start breaking open these bushes and breaking open these obstacles. The thing is that you don't get it for free like you do with Amber, where you're able to essentially charge up your super for free using the gadget and also the first star power. That combo is very strong, and honestly, by the looks of things, King J having broken open that right side is not a win condition at all. It seems like something that they needed earlier on in the game, but simply were not able to get because they weren't able to get enough damage and enough supercharge as a result.
That's the problem. Just can't level up. I mean, this has been, and like, I want to reiterate that this has been a cleaner game than if Embananados had scored 0. Like, I don't need a shutout in order for this to be a clean game. Gem grab, excuse me, that's not what gem grab is about at all. As we get a chance to see Cowdog himself, excuse me, one more time. Got the hiccups, but like, that's not, the goal isn't to shut out the opposition. By giving up those 4 gems, they were intentional to allow them to get into better position, getting ready for the next gem. Like, that's all calculated. And that was one of the cleanest gem grab games I've seen. Again, reiterating the fact that I don't care. That 4 gems isn't 4 points. You know what I mean? Like, it's about the bigger picture, the whole. And so I like that look, Reddy. Going into Dueling Beetles, what are your thoughts here?
Dueling Beetles, I gotta say, either ban or first pick is going to be Crow, right? Some other options are going to be Jesse. We got Spike still totally in the realm of possibilities, especially if you're Embananados. They love their Spike. If you're AQM, then you are playing cautiously around this, though. But AQM, by their track record, right, they don't really care if you're playing the Spike. They'll still play the Stew, and they'll out-stew you, which blew us away in match number 4. And I think it can happen once again. I think another brawler that could fare decently on this map is Gale, should there be any tanks in play. Yeah, but the thing is, with Crow, if that's first pick, if it's not banned, then you're not going to see tanks, man. There's no shot.
Yeah, I agree, and I think both of our teams agree, which is why we saw the double Crow ban earlier on. And so coming into this one, oh, right, we don't get the bans. I was going to pretend to be really smart and say I predict it if it showed up and say I don't predict it if it didn't show up. I predict a Crow ban coming out again. And so AC Milan Qlash and Embananados go with the Crow ban here. Much to your surprise, not mine. I definitely knew what was going on. So, but with the Byron first pick here, again, open-ended composition. They're not married to anything in between.
Yeah, we do see the Byron because Crow is not in play. Now, We did see in the past that Byron is like a relatively versatile pick, but AC Milan Qlash, they get a couple of picks in a row, and they're going to look for something that denies maybe Daryl or something, or maybe they'll pick Daryl themselves. We still got to see Pekka or VTZim. Yep, there is going to be the stew. Embananados, they get to pick a couple of brawlers in a row now. Now, Daryl is not going to be a good brawler for dealing with VTZim because VTZim can charge up his super in one shot, and then suddenly Daryl is not in range of Stu. So this could be a tricky situation. Embananados could still risk it and just say, look, well, we just won't take down VTZim with our Daryl. But we saw how that went in the past, where VTZim, even when he's countered, he's still a machine.
King J locking in B here, which also a tank killer, like Crow. Last choice here for Embananados. And all I can think of is how badly I want Byron's glasses. They must be really cool to wear. You see the whole world through rose colors glasses, you know? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, they're like they are very cool. I
want a pair.
Like, are they glued to his nose? Ooh,
no, they're I've seen people. Is Morpheus? I think Morpheus wears glasses with no arms.
Yes.
Yeah, Morpheus wears glasses with no arms. Like they exist, but you have to be like really, really Giga Brain to wear them like that. And so Pekka is going to lock in Mr. P here for AC Milan Qlash. And honestly, looking at this hot zone composition, neither of these comps scream hot zone to me. But I think that has to do specifically with what we're seeing with Dueling Beetles, the idea that there's only one hot zone in the middle, and so that changes kind of the way you want to approach things. I still like the classic strat. I still like the M's and the Gales, the M's and the Galeses, and, you know, all those area deniers. But this is totally a strategy that you can opt for. Just play Brawl Stars. And that's what I think both of these squads are planning on.
Yeah, take a look at the strategy here, actually. We already do see a couple of Lollipop drops coming out, but the Lollipop drop is going to enable Byron to diff the stew at mid. VTZim can try his best to survive, but he's dodging versus an enemy that he doesn't know the position or movement of. He's still doing pretty well, though. Here's the AoE stun from Pekka, and we still see Embra get the kill, but they both just explode into a bunch of elixir on the right side, and that's all there is to that, and that could be all that the 1v1 is for the entire game. Meanwhile, on the left side, though, Embra will look to get his super charged up and maybe go for a flank to the backside. Does get his super, but can't defend versus Pekka. And look, allowing for there to be a Fang on the side of AC Milan Qlash, I think, was not the greatest.
I mean, yeah, that's a big part of it. Pekka's out here just, you know, throwing shoes at everybody. So make sure you dodge,
the chancla,
weave, and just avoid it. But VTZim looking pretty cute there as he's playing all sorts of fun and games, and AC Milan Qlash just they won. They won. There it is, guys. They won. You know, Embananados didn't really win there. You know, I'm having some fun here, but you know, I think this is, just frankly speaking, one of the more lopsided matchups. AC Milan are doing exactly what they need to do. And yeah, I think a Fang ban would have been nice on the side of the blue team. But frankly speaking, it is rough, as a dog would say.
Yeah, no Colonel Ruff's on the field, right? But he's here in spirit as well, because yeah, this is looking a little rough around the edges from the side of Embananados. The thing is, they are playing well. They're playing cautiously, no doubt. But the thing is, especially with VTZim at mid, he's consistently playing cautiously, getting good dodges where he needs to. Pekka also gets his super farmed up reliably, and then is able to get the expert positioning on the enemy. Now, Embra is using the invis to get up to mid. Not going to do a whole lot for him, actually. Does seem like Leons these days use the invisibility more for the factor of healing 1,000 health a second. Not in this case, though. Nonetheless, actually, Embananados have gotten a respectable amount of capture on the hot zone. As I say that, though, AC Milan Qlash passes doubling up Embananados' capture so far. KJ will get the slow. KaiDog still remains alive, and VT Zim as healthy as ever. This guy refuses to go down.
Man, he's got his dancing shoes on, and Embananados look a lot better than they did in game number 1, but with just sub 90 to go here, we don't even need it. We needed 6 seconds from the 90 seconds to go. And so just like that, Red Team are able to take it. KaiDog, VT Zim, and Pekka, who absolutely earned their star player right there. Great stuff coming out from AC Milan Qlash as they're able to take set number 1 and set number 2. We're going on a layer cake. I'm ready to eat, and I think AC Milan Qlash are about to serve us some dessert. So I'm looking at Bounty and give me the sharpshooters. Pop shot. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get it. We got some sharpshooters coming in. We got some throwers as well, some kind of spammy, annoying ones. Of course, I'm not talking about Sprout because Sprout is my everything. But
the best.
I think Tick is, yeah, I think Tick is a realistic ban here. If you, let's say you get the first pick, you might ban out Tick, right? You get first pick, you ban out basically the second best. Now here's the thing though, right, is Tick would only be good as like a later on pick, like brawler, right? Because you don't want to open yourself up to get, to getting countered out. I think one of the biggest counters that can be played on layer cake specifically is Mortis, and Mortis is definitely one to be feared. Here's another one though. I think Embananados should go ahead and ban the Fang already, right? Because they have allowed it. They have allowed it to happen, and it's not working out. Maybe like you could try and counter it, but the mechanics from KQM.
And I think that that doubles down into the idea that I think picks and bans levels the field a little bit more. I'm not going to, be the little league coach. There are better teams than others. That is the real deal. And you need to strategize knowing that. If you're Embananados, you go into this going, they are better than us. And so knowing that, you ban the tier 1 character. You ban the S+ character, because if all things are equal, they're better than you, they win. And you know that. And so that's what you do. You don't fight against the variation, you try to fight with it. And so here you come and you ban the best character away from that team, because if you were better, maybe you would try to play that character. But sorry, folks, it's been 2-0-2-0. Ban the Fang and deal around it. And so with that in mind, again, characters like Mortis get more selection opportunity because of picks and bans. You can select the Mortis and you can get the straight up counter for the map, and that'll give you the upper hand, even though the opposition has more Madden points than you, if you will. Like, you can do that. And that is one of the awesome things about Power Match format. And I am begging Embananados to do that, because I want to see Pinhole Punt. Like, I would like to get the Brawl Stars, or I would like to get the Brawl Ball. So that's what I'm looking here out of the guys from Embananados when we jump into picks and bans in just a matter of moments, is the idea that this draft has to give you the most tools to succeed. The first of which is ban Fang, I'm with you. And the second of which, I think, is set yourself up to get the Mortis or the first pick Gene for Embananados if they win the coin toss, is what I'm going to say. Because Gene is a character that I think you can work around many different ways, but also can just win you the game.
Yeah, let's see how it works out. We have seen it in the past, yup, and there's the Tick ban and the Fang ban. Does seem like AC Milan Qlash are going to be doing us the favor of banning out the Fang. Wonder if it's because they don't want to face it, or because they know that they want to put on a real nice show. They are up 2-0, and each of their sets so far has been 2-0. And honestly, so far, our predictions have been spot on. The Tick and the Fang and the Gene, what could possibly be next? This is going all according to plan. They're following the script, F-Dot.
That's the answer. Oh man, guys at home, don't be tricked. We don't actually know what we're talking about. We're just getting lucky. I'm just kidding. Reddy knows what he's talking about. But with Cowdog responding here with the Leon selection, I love it. I really like the Leon selection because I think hard to say it counters Gene, but it answers Gene, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, it's not a direct counter, but you can kind of answer what Gene wants to do. Gene pulls somebody in, and you could just like, all right, well, you murdered them, and I'm Leon, and it's your turn now. And Mr. P, again selected, and again reminding you that earlier in the day, our first broadcast, we also saw a lot of Mr. P. And so he's just been getting a lot of play. Characters come in and out of the meta because of like patch changes, but also sometimes just because. And that might be just really, people are just playing Mr. P. They like the Porter guy, so here he goes.
Yeah, Porter guy is very cool. I like the dude. Spawn some little porters, make some penguin noises. Screams at people, screams at Gale that he's not working hard enough.
What is a penguin noise? Ready, set?
You can leave that up to Miss. Look. I am a man.
What sound does a penguin make?
I am a man of many voices. Penguinese is not one of them. I got Frank. Well, I got Frank. Yeah, but
very good. We've got a Brock lock here. Oh, dear Lord, we have a Brock lock here alongside the Stu and the Gene, and I got to tell you, I love this composition from Embananados. I think that the Brock is going to do exactly what the Piper is going to do across the way, just provide long-range damage that essentially provides as suppressive fire or cover fire, if you will. By consistently putting out a barrage of rockets, you're preventing Cowdog from getting too close and doing the thing, which is exactly what P.E.K.K.A is going to be trying to do against King J. And then the curveballs there are, of course, VT and Embra. So Embra is going to look for the pull, and they're going to look to double down, whereas VT on the Mr. P, VT across the way on that choice is going to be turning things, and Leon's going to be looking for the aggressive play. So we know how the teams are, what they're going to do. Who does it better? That's the question.
And I think AC Milan Qlash is a winner right here. We already see P.E.K.K.A picking up 3 kills. VT Zim lays down 1 lollipop drop after the other, and everyone's facing versus this unknown sniper that they cannot spot. And look at this, dude. He tries to go for P.E.K.K.A, tries to get a bunch of damage with Breakthrough, but P.E.K.K.A was nowhere to be seen. What a great prediction by P.E.K.K.A, and he'll just clean up the walls over here, make sure everything looks nice and open, and start to go for some shots versus Tootie. Tootie's shots are going to be soaked up by those porters repeatedly. Embra is also going to be outranged. There's a homemade recipe from P.E.K.K.A. Ooh, and actually looks like P.E.K.K.A, Icarus, if you will, flew a little bit too close to the sun and allowed himself to get picked up as a kill by King J. VT Zim's there for the vengeance.
That's it. That's what I was talking about. Not quite a Gene counter, but prevents Gene from doing what he wants to do, right?
Yeah.
Gene gets the pull. Leon goes, why did you do that, bro? And then murders him. And that's the thought process. That's what AC Milan Qlash have done here. 30 seconds to go, and it is a lot to a little. And the red team looking really strong, and even more so. And I like the way this draft went. Okay. I talked earlier about how you're going to have mismatches sometimes. That's the reality of the situation. Embananados did the correct thing, unlike last time. They selected a defensive composition that allows them to play safe, sit behind wherever they want to sit, and kind of just, be the guerrilla warfare team. They're just going to chill and stay behind safe and wait for you to come to them. So their opponent selected all in and went, okay, we're coming for you. And Embananados wasn't ready for it. So Embananados picked a composition that should befit their team and their team's strategy best. And AC Milan Qlash have countered the thought process by going all aggressive. And it's working out here for the red team, hand over fist. I just love to see the execution of good strategy ready. I just like the way it looks, okay?
It's beautiful. Everything just falls into place. Everything is going exactly where it needs to be. The angles line up. All of the abilities are being used perfectly, and that's exactly what we see from AC Milan Qlash so far. Tootie does get a good push on the left side, though. Heals up a little bit of health along the way, but KyoDog doesn't really care. He gets to power up the turret, and Tootie is forced out. That's the thing. You're pushing into a hard counter. Pekka is there to swipe the kill as well. Now it's 13-3, and Embananados is going to really struggle to come back. We'll see Tootie switch over to the right lane, though, which totally makes sense. He was countered very hard by KyoDog. Now he just has to heal up before he can face BTZM. Here's the issue. There's a lollipop drop, and he does not know where BTZM is. Oh, what?
Okay.
They're trolling.
Yeah, so that right there is a communication problem, I'm going to say, or trolling. Again, AC Milan Qlash want to go all in, and Pekka jumping forward works if everybody else is jumping forward. Instead, Pekka jumped forward, and nobody else picked up their phone or answered their DMs, and so he just died, and that stunk. So, all good, though, because AC Milan Qlash had a large enough lead that it ain't no thing. 19-11 at the moment, and Tootie can't get in. Embra can't get in. Stu dashes forward. Pekka jumps away, has to deal with King J on the bottom side, but is able to bob, weave, dance, and shoot. And by the way, spin. A 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 clean sweep. And we will see AC Milan Qlash in the finals against Arena Quesito. Right now, congratulations, that's KyoDog on the screen, getting ready, rubbing his hands. He's ready to eat. Go to finals.
It's time, yeah, for finals. 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. AQM, it just seems like they get stronger and stronger with each victory, especially evidenced by the last set. They looked on point from the pick phase all the way down to the gameplay itself. This is going to be a very, very tough enemy in the finals for Arena Quesito to deal with. Now, we've seen Arena Quesito make a couple of comebacks in a row, and they're looking quite fearsome as well, but I don't know, AC Milan Qlash, they kind of look like the final boss of this region at the moment, and they absolutely had this expectation of themselves, speaking of AC Milan Qlash, to be the monthly finals champions. Arena Quesito, they're going to work for it. I don't think they came into this expecting that they would be in the running for the grand finals champion.
Possibly not. Possibly not. AC Milan Qlash probably thought that they had a good chance of getting here, but when they looked at their first round matchup, that might have changed. Bracket coming at you here as we take a look at how we got to our grand finals. As I mentioned, look at the bottom of your screen here on the right side. There we are. AC Milan Qlash went head to head against Chasmac Gaming right off the bat, and Chasmac is former ITNZ, the dudes that made a famous run at LAN just a couple of months ago. And so you had the number one and number two, like, big dog teams playing here. And yeah, that's what grand finals, I got there, is going to look like most of the time. But instead we saw it in the quarters. And so once AC got past them, I think they were pretty safe and secure making their way here to finals. But a different story here for the Arena Quesito team. I think they had to work for it. I think they're really proud of their job here. And I think you're right. You know, this is AQ Milan is the Elden Ring boss. And here comes Arena Quesito just like clutching their controller, hoping they remembered how to parry.
No doubt. Arena Quesito, though, they are locked and loaded, no doubt ready to take on this huge, huge challenge. Not impossible, not insurmountable by any means. Arena Quesito have shown us that they can make a whole lot of things possible and that they are a name to be reckoned with in this region for the duration of this year. Of course, we want to see that next month as well, but we got to take it one monthly final at a time. The grand final should be coming up soon after that.
Yeah, exactly. Teams, players getting ready. I'm getting ready as well. Y'all can get ready and do your thing, event.brawlstars.com. Lock in your predictions, get all the good stuff. Again, it's a cool place to watch, and you earn points for prizes. There's a special limited edition pin that you can grab only from watching things at event.brawlstars.com. You could get it before at LAN, but now you can get it here through event.brawlstars.com. So very, very cool stuff to be able to grab that and a new way to level up your viewing experience. I think that's the cool thing is that, you know, you're always going to hang out with us no matter where you watch. You're going to get me and Ready Set whether you like it or not, and I know you like it. Be nice to us. But if you want some extra stuff, you can join us on event.brawlstars.com. And so players taking a little bit of a break before they get into game. Keep in mind, you know, AC Milan Qlash have been playing. They just played their semifinals, so they got to go ahead and hydrate, you know, stay maximized and get into game against Arena Quesito, who I think were really fun to watch earlier on in the night. And so predictions concerning us. It is hard for me to go against AC Milan Qlash. And, you know, we're supposed to be here and do that. However, I'm not going to. I will vote AC Milan Qlash. I would have given Arena Quesito more benefit of the doubt. I don't think that they're out of this. I don't think this will be a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 the way we just saw. However, I think that AC Milan Qlash are juiced up after that one. And Arena Quesito will fail to meet that mark.
Yeah, I say set 5 minimum, right? We will make it to set 5. I have high expectations for Arena Quesito. That is my prediction.
I guarantee a 4. A 5, I think. I'm saying 3-1. I'm saying 3-1. You're saying 3-2. Okay. All right. We'll see who's right. See who's right. We got to look at the drafts. I'm so eager to see where these teams go when it comes down to what they're going to draft. I mentioned it as a side note earlier. So much Mr. P. Like, I'm not complaining. I love the Porter Man. I think he's awesome. But why? That's the big question. Like, they're not playing it because I'm here. Otherwise, they'd be playing a lot of Sprout. So it's like, why are you bringing out the Mr. P? You know, what's your thought process here? Why do you think we've seen so much of the little guy?
Yeah, so this is where Mr. P basically stands, is that he has his spawner, right? He can use it to tank if he wants, whatever. It's a nice utility. But the real thing is that he's great versus these single target brawlers, the brawlers that don't have piercing shots. We're talking things like, maybe not Spike would be the best example, but your go-to examples would be Stu, Piper, right? Yeah. Mr. P is phenomenal versus Piper, right? Because he can shoot over walls, sure, but those porters are going to be everything. Now, he has received a lot of balance changes since his release because he was so strong in that regard, where he constantly had health coming out, basically walls of health that you have to deal with and waste a shot on, and then he can capitalize on that and find an opening to come and attack you. His damage has been nerfed. A lot of things have been changed about Mr. P, but recently he did get a bit of a buff, mostly by means of Handle with Care, the star power that makes his luggage always do a little hop and then explode at the end of the shot, is incorporated into his base kit, and that star power was replaced by one that gave his porters additional health and additional damage, which makes them even more irritating to deal with. So basically, they took the part of Mr. P that he's played for and amplified it, right? Which made him quite strong. He's not go-to all the time. It's definitely going to depend on like the dojo, right? But yes. But yeah, to put it in F.Dot's words, the dojo, yeah. But nonetheless, I mean, it's not going to be popular everywhere. But I think it's good.
No, but and here's my thing, you know, as I put on my game designer hat, picks and bans allow niche characters to be more relevant, and it allows you to make niche characters more for their niche, so to speak.
Yes.
And so exactly what you said, we've lowered Mr. P's kind of everything else to make Mr. P's porters better overall.
Yeah.
So that's why you're selecting him. And the reason I'm seeing a lot of Mr. P play is actually extremely micro intensive. Mr. P is used as the way Spike is used for the big cactus, but it moves. I see these players follow the Porter and use him as a moving sandbag, so to speak, which is very difficult, but they're doing it. And that's how Mr. P is being played here in Latam South, and that is a big revelation. That is something that I think a lot of teams want to take a look at and bring home with them. Nobody's bringing Brock home, or what's that? Okay, word. 2 bands coming out here, and Leon, the first pick. I think Leon first pick. We talked about how Byron is a great first pick. I don't know if I love Leon first pick here.
Yeah, it's interesting, but the thing is that Leon typically would be banned out here. Here's another thing to consider, right? Is Leon does decent damage at long range, and also these lanes are very, very thin. Okay, with the thin lanes, Leon's going to reliably get chip damage every single time because where's your enemy going to dodge to, right? You're always going to land at least one little bit of damage with Leon, and you continually chip down your enemy. So that, you're able to charge up your super, and then use Invisi-Heal to get all the way to the enemy side, and then you can begin to sabotage the other lanes as well. Now, we do see the Max, actually, which is a bit of an interesting one, considering that her range is not too amazing. I wonder if there are going to be any brawlers that break open walls, and does not look like it. There's going to be a Bell, so Bell will likely play mid. From the side of AC Milan Qlash, though, I wonder what exactly the situation is going to be, especially considering that that Kyodog can be breaking open these walls, does have long range. Here's the deal with Kyodog on the Nanny, though, is that shot spreads out quite a bit and gets high damage at the end of its range, but the thing is, those projectiles have to spread out before they can reach the end of the range. We also are going to see the Crow on a lane as well. Does look like Kyodog will be playing mid, VTZM a lane, and P.E.K.K.A also a lane. Probably going to be paired up versus Leon in order to mitigate the amount of healing that he's going to be doing. This is a bit of a tricky situation that Arena Quesito is attempting here, actually. We'll see Arena Quesito pulling out the Leon at mid when it was more likely that he would be played on lane. Kyodog was obviously prepared for that one. Christian, though, will be able to compete in relatively the same range on the right side. Kyodog takes quite a bit of damage. Now we're going to see as well P.E.K.K.A looking for a kill here. Toxic will go down. P.E.K.K.A has to keep himself up towards the enemy side in order to get any reliable damage versus the safe, or really any reliable damage versus another player, since he needs room for his projectiles to spread out and then converge at the end of the range. We'll see Trance going for a peek shot around the edge. Christian helping out with the pinch. VTZM will stay alive with his ego. 116 health left on VTZM, and that reflected shot from Trance is going to be enough to take him down. Meanwhile, up the right side, P.E.K.K.A goes for a little bit of damage on the safe. Trance will have the opportunity also to get some shots off on the safe. Does have to make sure in the same breath, though, that Nanny is kept at bay. On the right side, Kyodog is going to be working together with P.E.K.K.A in order to make sure that they get some reliable damage. All sent back to respawn. Now they gotta get a defense versus Arena Quesito, but it's not gonna happen. It's too late. 0%. And Arena Quesito, in an interesting turn of events, will be grabbing the first victory.
Nice look here from Quesito. You know, I think at the end of the day, this draft from AC Milan Qlash is, they're really confident. That's what I'm saying. They're really confident here. And it didn't seem to work. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I don't really... Can you put this Qlash draft together for me? Because I'm really not seeing it. Although I'm not seeing the Leon first pick on the other side either, so...
Yeah, this is true. The Leon first pick is quite interesting. We do see the Crow, I believe, as a response to the Leon specifically, and that's because he's able to mitigate the amount of healing that that Toxic on the Leon can get with Invisi-Heal, which is solid strategy. Kyodog wasn't expecting this one. Boom! And Toxic will be able to connect with that safe if he so wishes. More important for him is going to be establishing some permanence here. Does manage to soak up a lot of damage with that Lollipop drop, eventually goes down, but meanwhile, Trance and Christian were getting some solid damage off him. Meanwhile, though, P.E.K.K.A has been giving this safe a beating 56% left, a 2% differential, which is quickly growing as Arena Quesito takes more and more damage.
Nice look. Really nice look here. You know, Toxic's going to try, but ultimately the adaptation here from AC Milan Qlash totally comes through in the clutch. Great crow play there. And I think that was a big part of what was able to get that dub. And so perhaps that's a little bit more representative of what people expected. I'll be honest. This is exactly what I expected. Arena Quesito is a stronger team than I think people give them credit for, and AC Milan Qlash might have come in a little too eager. And after game number 1, they both, A, get a chance to see what AQ is going to bring, and 2, also can sort of meter their approach and figure out how they have to come into the game. And so I like it. And I think that ultimately, after game number 2, I have seen the better side of ACMQ, and I think Milan Qlash can really make it happen.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're able to do it. Kind of continues to push up on the right side. Toxic and Christian are quite low on health, but Christian doesn't even care. He'll push forward, slowed down, but still, that's not even enough to phase him. KyoDog gets a jump forward, and along with Pekka, will start dealing some serious damage to that save. VT's meanwhile on the left side gets taken down by, no, not taken down by Trance. In fact, it was KyoDog that got taken down. Now Christian will get to rush up mid. Swiftly taken down. It's like he ran right into those shots, and we're going to see the teleport forward, actually, by Pekka. Immediate kill on a Trance, but Christian immediately fires back. Arena Quesito, though, still find themselves at a major deficit in this decider game for the set.
Team's taking a break here. Just slowing it down a little bit. It took like 10 seconds just to like fire shots in the mid. But ultimately, AC Milan Qlash winning the tides of battle. Left lane, 2 players deep. Pekka dodges 1, dodges 2, can't dodge the 3rd. And they'll go down, but the damage has been dealt already. AC Milan Qlash have given 64%. And they are playing with Arena Quesito, who have done some damage. A better look than game number 1, but still ultimately trailing here. With 26 seconds to go, Crow jumps in. And it's up to Quesito to step forward here.
Okay, a bit of reflected damage between VTZim and KyoDog. They're both on very low health. Reflected shot off of the save to take down KyoDog. Christian and Trance get to go to town on this save. Will they be able to close the gap? It's a big question. 10% differential, and they just can't get close enough. A little bit more damage for both teams, but we are still going to see AC Milan Qlash take the victory in the first set. And set number 2 is on the way, with the AQM leading. Really a good start for
Oh, he's got Sprout!
What?
He's got a Sprout toy! That's VT Zim. He got a Sprout toy right behind him. Oh yeah, we got a winner. That's my guy, VT Zim. Love him. Everybody
Suddenly
that likes
I'm
Sprout
jealous
is a winner
because I want one. I want a Sprout.
Also me, just saying. I have a really cool Spike toy that I'll show you guys after that I took home from the LAN last time around, and I wish it was Sprout, but Sprout is the thinking man's brawler, right? You know, I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to build a wall around you, and whatever happens after that is up to you. So as we head into knockout, I say that ever so more emphatically. Because that's actually how we saw some teams win earlier on, where they kind of bide their time early, slowly corner the opposition, and then just Sprout wall them locked in there. Very cool stuff to see. And, you know, I'm rooting for it. Anytime Sprout is a good choice, not just a fun choice, I obviously get excited. But Knockout, we were talking about earlier already, just added to the BSC scene. And here in the Grand Finals, you know, just to reiterate, if you're joining us late, it's just kill the other guy. You don't get any respawns. 2 rounds per game. And so... yeah. This is the most open-ended game mode, I think, because all the other game modes, you have to think about not only playing against the opposition, but playing against the objective. Player versus environment is usually what we're looking at here. Knockout is almost exclusively PvP, and that changes everything. So just bring what you're good at is kind of the approach here.
That's literally it. The name of the game is survival, right? It's not kill other players, because here's the deal. You can die in knockout without being killed by another player. That's true. And that's the long and short of it, right? The poison will creep in, and suddenly you will find yourself in a very adverse situation if you were not prepared for it with aggressive play, or some smart lane matchups, or a strategic kill, something like that. And what we find ourselves in often, especially with Bell's Rock, is this strategy of just waiting out, waiting for the poison to creep in. Yeah, do something to the enemy. Now, given what we've seen earlier on, I would say that Sprout is definitely a contender for a brawler that would be picked, perhaps even banned, given the strength of that brawler that we saw earlier on in the day, because it's a win condition, really.
Oh yeah.
You will always get the kill on a sharpshooter, right? Some brawler that cannot go over walls when you throw down that hedge as Sprout and the poison is closing in. That is a free kill that you just need to get your super for. And Sprout already has long enough range. Just use overgrowth and hang out.
I will say that I think Sprout's success is a reflection of how young the game mode is. And as we play more and more, and players learn how to maneuver around the different maps better, there'll be less of a chance, or it'll be more difficult to lock players into a corner and sprout them down. So I think that is something you got to think about.
Well, let's see.
But for right now, do it. So just keep in mind that strategy might not keep on keeping on. So with that in mind here, we'll jump into picks and bans. And you anticipated a Sprout ban, and
no cigar.
We will see Fang and Tick, which, sure, I don't dislike either of those. We're seeing both approaches here, right? Arena Quesito bans just what's the highest on the tier list, and AC Milan Qlash bans something specifically good for this map. And with the first pick, Arena Quesito goes with Gene, and I like it.
I do too. Yeah, I like the Gene, because here's the thing. There's no Sprout ban, right? AC Milan Qlash, they have the last pick. Provided the last pick, and there's not a counter to a thrower, what do you think they're going to pick? It's obviously going to be some thrower, and Sprout is the top contender. So Gene, with the ability to pull brawlers through walls, is going to be a good counter to Sprout. The thing is, he's going to have to get that super first of all. But if the teams are stalling things out, Gene's going to be able to easily get his super by the time that the poison starts closing in to a degree. So this is a good first pick by Arena Quesito. We see the response from AC Milan Qlash in form of a Byron. Now we got to see something else, perhaps a Daryl or an Ash, since that is available. Arena Quesito always can pick some kind of tank counters of their own. But we got to see the second pick from AC Milan Qlash. It's going to be the Leon, actually. And
all right,
that's a good pick that we saw succeed pretty well on Bridge Too Far.
So earlier tonight, I was like, you can ask your friends this question about draft and kind of see what kind of person they are, right? or rather with knockout, is the goal? What's the goal of knockout? Is the goal to kill the other team, or is it to not die? And you said it was to not die earlier on. AC Milan Qlash going with the Leon, that's a different approach. That's our goal is to kill you. Cowdog is going to shoot from a distance, and VT Zim is just going to sneaky come up to you and put you in the ground. So I expect P.E.K.K.A to go with something very, very aggressive. That said, choice is still on the side of Arena Quesito, as Trance has to lock in here. Who do you think complements this comp so far?
It is a bit of a tough call, right? You got to think about something that is able to deal with a thrower. Perhaps a thrower of their own is a thing. Okay, that's not able to deal with a thrower, but they do have Gene on their side, so it's not the end of the world. Now, AC Milan Qlash got to pick a third brawler that is able to deal with these long-range situations. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly. This is a perfect draft for AC Milan Qlash, in my opinion. They have Byron, a very good all-around brawler. They have Leon, who's able to provide some invisibility for Byron. Long-range invisible brawlers are always very challenging to deal with, and it's going to be hard for Piper to deal with even. And we can already see that. We can also see it in form of Sprout that does counter Piper pretty well. Here's the final thing, and the real kicker. Poison starts closing in. If Leon is running Invisi-heal, he can just heal and run away. We'll take a lot of damage, but he's healing it all back up. Just hang out. Just don't die before the enemy team. That is the name of the game.
I've casted like BRs before, and heal strat is a real thing in those games. And well, we're seeing that. Just, all right, the poison comes, I'll just sit in my super and heal myself. So right now, Arena Quesito going to sit down here. And again, this approach here from AC Milan Qlash was what they set up to do. And we'll focus a little bit more here on the actual action in game 2, because I expect it to go very similarly. Sprout is the backup plan here. Ultimately, Leon, go kill stuff. And this is why it's an interesting comp. Leon, go kill stuff. Byron will help. And if you don't succeed, we got Sprout. That's kind of the thought process here. And it totally worked out for in game number 1. Look, where's Leon? He's literally not playing because he's not, this isn't where he executes. Just sit in the back and hang out, and then surprise later on, you know?
It's an interesting point, or maybe had to go AFK for a moment. Nonetheless, I feel like that is quite
literally just getting a drink. Literally just getting a drink.
Hey guys, can you take over? I need to get some water. I'll wiggle my joystick a little bit to make it look like I'm still there.
He's just waiting. No, they're waiting for the situation because VTZim couldn't jump in there earlier on, and so he just got stuck and waited, and now they're looking for the Sprout play, but it's going the other direction. Sprout goes down, 2 for 2, 1v1, VTZim on top. A nice trade out there, and just like that, we see one down in the group. And so a nice look there. I think Picks and Bans came into it a lot.
No doubt. I mean, this was really just a spot on draft for AC Milan Qlash. For Arena Quesito, they do have some good brawlers. The thing is that they're having a tough time like putting the puzzle pieces together in the right way, because there are a lot of ways to put them together and only a few ways to win versus AC Milan Qlash. And it's not even evident to me how, in fact, they're going to be able to do it. Here's the thing. Trance, if he is able to get a nice shot onto Leon, he'll be able to counter out the lollipop drop since that attack reflects.
Sure.
Christian, though, is going to be struggling for the majority of the match versus Sprout, so he'll have to match up versus Kyodog, and Toxic needs to get some chip damage, which is being denied to him constantly by AC Milan Qlash. There is a counterplay for everything. It's the beauty of the draft mode, is that you can counter everything. And you have these entangling systems of counters. But in the end, it just leads to a bit of a stalemate, and here we see the poison closing in to end it.
Here's my thing as Sprout locks out the mid lane here. One down for Arena Quesito. Christian responds though, but they're trapped. They're stuck in the corner. And just like that, they're eating the ground. Nice look as we see VTZim one more time. See, right behind us. Oh, we're going in.
Man.
But here's my thing here, man, is as we take a look at what's going on here, Arena Quesito are losing because AC Milan Qlash are denying the super build-up to Toxic. They're just not getting hit by Gene. Just don't get hit by Gene. And he can't pull you. And this map has set that strategy up infinitely. Moving away from the middle is actually really, really good for Arena Quesito. However, the damage on the other side, I don't know. Oh, it was Spike. All right.
Oh man. Hey, but there's a Zakron Spike in there.
Yeah, see, I thought the little blue guy, I thought that was Sprout really quickly when we saw it, you know?
I envy his setup. That is an awesome setup. I like how he has the framed stickers, because I got some of those stickers, right? But I don't know what to do with them. I mean, what? Put them on my computer that I'm gonna, like upgrade in a few years? Nah, not really my thing. Yeah,
from land.
We got our name tags though. That's always a nice thing to have in the background. Everyone's got to have an awesome background. Always got to have something nice backing you up while you're in game.
I'm still looking for that hat, ready. I'm still looking for that hat. Your hat, the one you are literally wearing right now.
Oh, I can't find it either.
I know, because you told me you were gonna get me one. You're like, I just can't find it. I'm happy I got the shirt, but
yeah, this is true. I cannot find it anywhere. Anywhere. No one's reselling it.
Gotta go to LAN. Oh man. Crystal Arcade coming up here. Gem Grab. Gem Grab is... How do you think the talent differential works in Gem Grab? I think mode to mode, good team versus better team, that gap can expand or contract depending on the mode. How do you think Gem Grab goes here? Does this exacerbate the situation? Is AC Milan Qlash going to look a lot better? Or is this one where Arena Quesito can kind of like catch up, so to speak?
No, I think this is one where the team that's more established in the scene is absolutely favored. This is like one of the oldest game modes in the game. I mean, tied with a few of the other modes that came into the game on launch in beta. And it's remained basically unchanged now that the RNG of where the gems spawn has been removed, and it's basically one gem on one side, one gem on the other, which is quite nice, right? But there's not really a whole lot of room for like chance that could favor anyone in particular. So I'd say it's a very, very even playing field that we're looking at here. The name of the game, though, is Control, right? And you're looking at a lot of options. You have the possibility of a mid flanking. You have the possibility of a lane coming and flexing on the mid to help things out. I think a good brawler to play here would be Pam. It could be a great last pick. It could be a great couple picks in a row, but...
So I like Pam on this map in general.
Yes.
But why? What makes you say Pam so specifically? What was it prompted by the spike pick or no?
No, not at all. It's just that Pam has the great ability of using Scrap Sucker to deny any brawlers that are getting really aggro on her. So she's a very solid gem carrier. That combined with her having good damage at close range and the ability to heal up herself and teammates. She just has great survivability. She's very solid and has a wide range, so she's able to pretty reliably hit those shots and at least poke the enemy. Great utility, and you know can seriously hold her own. We'll see Arena Quesito go for a Byron for mid. AC Milan Qlash, they could run the spike up the mid, but it's more likely that they'll run it up the lane to deal with some kind of tank. And Arena Quesito will be going for a Sandy for their lane.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I think Sandy... I can say this because it's not true. I think Sandy's busted. Like, I think this character is so good. And you know, it's just not treated that way by the rest of the scene. I think a giant invisibility circle in the middle of the map while you're playing Gem Grab is obscene. And I think that is so good. And so here for Arena Quesito, they're gonna have to deal with the M's and everything, but I like Sandy so much, and I like first pick Byron so much that I need to see the third one for Trance, but I like this composition, and you know, it's a winning comp as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, let's talk about the Bell, actually, right? Because I'd say some good contenders for a mid here would be 8-Bit, right? Byron 8-Bit's a great combo. Byron's healing is boosted by 8-Bit's damage boost. Also, Pam, right? Like the double healer. The thing is that the damage output would be quite limited by the presence of two healers. So VT Zim with the Bell pick here is essentially denying really any turret play. Yeah, and so we're not going to see... Well, obviously, we're not going to see Mr. P because he is banned, but it's going to be the Barley ban, or rather, the Barley pick. Barley's going to be great versus two of the lanes on AC Milan Qlash. Both M's, and Spike, as they're not able to shoot over walls and they're not able to shoot around walls either, unless Ems is out of nowhere running the second gadget, which he very well might be. And with some mutually assured destruction on the left side, Toxic will be trying to hold his own at mid here, picking up a whole lot of gems. Christian now finds his way over to the left side. VT Zim also looks to keep him there, and Christian is going to trip that nest egg. We'll see VT Zim go down as well. Turning our attention over to the right side, though, KaiODog is doing a great job of keeping Toxic occupied and transit distance. Toxic is very nearly going down, but is hang on.
Toxic, I was holding my breath looking at Toxic as he finally falls here. Toxic was dodging and weaving the invisible sharpshooter. I was like, this isn't gonna happen, but it did, and he wound up dying way after the fact to some dude that was just standing in mid. So, kind of funny, but mid control taken over here by P.E.K.K.A. As the long-range shots are excellently combined with VT Zim. And they're able to take down the left lane. Trance has respawned and is dealing with the right side. And we are still giving Arena Quesito the lead. And AC Milan Qlash seem to lose mid-control. It's 8-3.
Okay, Toxic just needs to pick up a couple more gems here. KaiODog, though, will be slowing things down, and P.E.K.K.A. will be slowing things down literally. Those Nesta eggs are going to deal a little bit of damage and slow down whatever mid it is. It is really a win scenario for P.E.K.K.A. if anyone steps on those mines, but obviously no one's intent on it. AC Milan Qlash are catching up very quickly, one gem after the other. And we will see that 8th gem be added to their tally. Another one spawning soon. Toxic cannot seem to push up. VT Zim is in a very strong position. Toxic gets hit with a damage amp, and that's really all there needs to be. The kill on a Trance, there's almost no way of them coming back. All the gems topple the ground.
10.
A spin from P.E.K.K.A. And this could be a match point incoming. They just need to interrupt the countdown, but it's looking so unlikely.
9 seconds to go, and Trance kept at a distance. Christian gets a kill, actually, but it doesn't matter because P.E.K.K.A. is just filling his pockets here. You know, this one, Arena Quesito, I think, had this game and dropped it. They even were able to take back mid-control once AC Milan Qlash got there, but you know, ultimately, I think they just kind of, they being AC Milan Qlash, they just like backed off and went, okay. And they like almost took a tactical timeout, right? Like they didn't pause the game, but they just backed off and went, all right, what's going on? What's going wrong? And then they re-entered, and they were able to really, what changed things in the latter third of that game was target acquisition. Everyone from AC Milan Qlash was shooting the same character. No split DPS, and that's how they regained that's how they retook mid. Great stuff. But again, Arena Quesito, first foot forward, 5-0.
Let me point out something that is just going exactly to plan. Toxic and Trance on the right side. Toxic constantly getting the healing over to Trance. Trance consistently winning the matchup versus KaiODog and getting those exact lineups that he needs, though he is going to get pinched so hard by P.E.K.K.A. and KaiODog. That's the thing with getting pinched, is suddenly there's nowhere to go. Toxic with the point-blank dodge of the curveball. Great moves here. A little bit of damage from P.E.K.K.A. Trance manages to trip the nest egg as well. That means that he's no longer going to have to worry about that in his 1v1 versus KaiODog on the right side. Meanwhile, VT Zim is getting double-teamed by Toxic and Christian on the left side. Countdown for Arena Quesito, and this could be the beginning of the comeback. They have been on kind of a slippery slope of defeat so far, but now they're able to very confidently strut out of this one to yet another match point, but still a victory nonetheless.
That is the way that the first game was supposed to go. Like, that is, Arena Quesito drafted this composition to do that, and they did that for 2/3 of game number 1. And AC Milan Qlash were able to respond in game number 1. They weren't able to do so in game number 2, and it makes me, like, I'm happy as a pig in the mud. This is what you do, bro. Like, you choose a comp to do something specific, and then you execute it. And you defend the enemy from trying to counter-execute. Arena Quesito just won my heart. Straight up, I hope they can do it again so we move on to another set. Because they woke up. AC Milan Qlash were kind of walking over them before. Now they got something to deal with.
All right, let's see how Christian handles Kyodog on the left side, because we saw a major switch up from this game, or rather to this game from the last, which is VTZM now occupying the right lane versus Trance rather than the left lane versus the Barley. Now, Spike is going to be countered by Barley just as Ems is, but at least Spike has the benefit of curveball and being able to have a little bit more range and being able to shoot around walls just a little bit better. It is going to keep back Barley quite effectively, especially in combination with P.E.K.K.A. All these gems topple the ground, and VTZM is going to look for something. There's the freeze, the sleep from Trance,
That's
and
big.
all these gems once more are on the ground, but still it's not safe to go collect them. Toxic is the ideal gem carrier as well, and we will see all of these gems get added to Arena Quesito's tally, but KIB in the lead for a moment. Oh wow, actually. We'll see the Sandstorm go down, and Toxic will get the 8th gem.
Huge play there. That was Sandy going all in. Trance ran up the right side. No! They dropped him. And Arena Quesito needs help here. Barley is trying to keep the enemy at bay while also maintain mid control and somehow pulled off both. Honestly, I think AC Milan Qlash could have gotten in there if they wanted to, but decided to play it safe. Now they have 9, and now mid is all theirs to be had. Is this the way it ends? Oh no, it is. Arena Quesito dropped the ball. The gems are scooped. And this is how I win, says AC Milan Qlash. 16 in the pocket. And although, no! Take it down at the last minute. What? That's how you answer back. Arena Quesito on the run.
It's not going to be that easy. VTZM's going to go down. Trance has to stop this from happening. Will he be able to bring it to the next set? Well, lots of damage is coming in from Kyodog. P.E.K.K.A. looks for the damage, but Trance is able to pick them all up. 17 gems on the count. 10 seconds remain for VTZM to do something, but it looks like they missed it. They fumbled the bag. That is Arena Quesito taking us on to a set number 4. No way did that just happen. And look, it's hard with the most tragic BM fail that we have seen in the BSC, right? We saw that one at Worlds, which we're not gonna name because it's kind of a sore subject still, I assume. But man, this one is gonna come in the highlight reel.
That was the buzzer beater. That was at 1 second, like, okay. Arena Quesito working hard for this one. Really working hard for this one. Oh, man. Out of control. All right, so let's reflect on this real quick. So, again, very, very proud of Arena Quesito because I think that they came into this one understanding how to play. And that's important. Like, you can win by just running on the field and getting it, but when you have a game plan, you execute it. That's what makes me smile. And that's what Arena Quesito did. They came into game number 1, and they still lost. And the stick-to-itiveness to just keep on and believe and going, all right, we can't change our picks, but maybe we change the strategy. Nah, they just kept doing what they tried to do and ultimately trusted in the process and took the dub. And so I think that's really, really important. And as they move on to Bounty here for dry season, this by no means is over. I think they can get the reverse sweep here. That performance there shows me that it's possible. So straight up and down, you said 5. It's possible.
I mean, you said 4, right? So
I did.
By making it to this set, right, we've proven you correct, right? So if we move on to set number 5, then I get to do that too.
We'll see.
So,
we'll see.
Yeah, we will see a bit of friendly competition here on the Latam South live stream. Dry season is coming up next. As you said, F.some Bounty. Not a map that we've seen yet, actually, today. One that we've seen consistently throughout the BSC, especially towards the later end of last year. Some strong brawlers here. Definitely got to consider the Brock, the Piper, some Bell action as well. Also want to be thinking about brawlers like Stu that can break open walls and also get good mobility. And, of course, Fang.
Bang. So
yeah.
Here's the thing. I think this is extremely similar to what we saw just now. The idea that if you are Arena Quesito, play a defensive composition and make the enemy come to you. And if you are ACQM, I think it's your job to say we're better than you, pick aggressive characters, and go to town. Like, I think that's really the thought process there. And so I would love to see Arena Quesito just pick classic sharpshooters, play it safe, play from a distance, and just, you know, do that and force the opposition into playing into your hands. So I think first pick, I might even take Bell over Byron.
Really? Interesting.
Which is a spicy take, I get it. And I'm not married to it, but the idea that like first pick Bell will open you up to like give your sharp, you know what I mean? Like I think that might be the thought process here for Arena Quesito, because they're going to look to play the more defensive comp.
Yeah, this is interesting. We'll see. Tick ban, Fang ban. Nothing too surprising here. Tick is extremely frustrating to deal with. Fang is really hard to deal with as well if you don't have the first, or rather, if you don't have the last pick for that counter pick. Otherwise, you could get countered out pretty hard. Even then, if you allow the enemy to play Fang and you're playing counters yourself, you're not even guaranteed a victory. The dude is very elusive, very slippery. We'll see who gets the first pick in this situation, though. And F. You said first pick Bell. I'm going to go with first pick Brock, actually. I think Brock is a realistic contender, can blow open some of the walls strategically. And Incendiary is part of his kit, just got a recent buff. Yeah.
I feel like that's directly in between the first pick Brock, that's arguably, or the first pick Byron, that's arguably correct, quote, end quote. And the first pick Bell, that's very, very aggressive, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So I think the Brock is the happy medium. And we get nothing of the sort. And we get first pick Jean, which when I said first pick, I meant for Arena Quesito. And so we'll get the Piper and the Leon. But again, Arena Quesito are playing this. So they have this Leon, which is sort of a manual transmission, if you will. They can shift gears. But Christian is part of this long-range defensive composition. And look what AC Milan Qlash has gone. They have gone not an all-in comp, but a very different approach than the sit-back and sharpshooter look, right? P.E.K.K.A can go all-in, Cowdog can pull it, so you can go either way, and VT Zim is going to provide help for P.E.K.K.A. And so this whole idea from AC Milan Qlash is about going and getting the kills. Whereas Arena Quesito, right now, we'll see where that third choice goes, is about letting the kills come to you. And so those are the two big brain mentalities that are happening right here. And with Trance's last selection, we'll solidify if that's direction AQ is going to go to.
Well, let's see. It's going to have to be something to slow down a really fast and aggressive push. I guess it'll be a mystery for now. It'll end up being Crow. And let's also talk about the matchup of Piper versus the max speed. Yeah, it's interesting. It is going to minimize. Okay, here we go. That's actually very, very useful. Not only are you able to slow down Max while she's all sped up, but you're able to reduce the healing that Jean with Magic Puffs is able to give to his allies. Probably not the exact reason, but still, Crow is all around a very powerful brawler at the moment. A big struggle for Christian, and this is seriously going to put his Piper skill to the test, is dealing with Max, right? And also dealing with Mr. P. Mr. P is a hard counter to Piper once he's able to get his super up. Here's the wall break by Christian, and still he's going to be fighting versus this very fast brawler that is going to be able to dodge out most of the shots just by seeing them midair and reacting in an appropriate amount of time.
Just under a minute to go here, and Arena Quesito find themselves in the lead at the moment. 1 or 2 kills will even things up. 1 kill now will even things up or put them in the lead, them being AC Milan Qlash. And again, similar to what we said, I think I said earlier in like the quarterfinals, this is to AC, there's no problem with the red team being behind at the moment to a certain extent. They're made to answer back a little bit later. That said, Arena Quesito getting really aggressive here is a nice look for them, leading 10-7. 1 kill puts the ball in the side of AC Milan Qlash's court and allows them to take the victory. Countdown from 12. Here comes AC Milan.
Okay, just a little bit more time for AC Milan Qlash to make one move. They got to get a pull or something. Christian jukes it out, but he will go down. Trance isn't able to get the kill in time. And AC Milan Qlash, once again, are at match point. Now,
that's what they play for.
But this is not anything that AQM, or rather that I guess AQ, Arena Quesito, is unfamiliar with, right? They were able to fight their way out of the match point twice in the last set, and they're ready to do it again. The thing is that they got to come to this game with a renewed sense of what this comp is all about. Great tank, actually, by Pekka there to keep Kaio Dog alive. Arena Quesito continue to play aggressively. In fact, this is the most aggressively we've seen them play throughout this entire match. Christian especially breaking open a lot of walls. Is absolutely furious what's going on here, but Arena Quesito, they have to play aggressive too, because they are at a deficit, and if they hang back, well, so will AC Milan Qlash, and there's no chance of Arena Quesito pushing in the last few seconds.
I think this composition here, I was really rooting for the second sharpshooter on the side of Arena Quesito. And unfortunately for them and their fans, they went in a different direction, and I don't think it's been working out for them. Now, I realize as soon as I say that Toxic does what he's supposed to do. That's exactly why we've gone in this direction with the Leon, and that's what's supposed to happen. But unfortunately, getting all the way behind enemy lines and getting that one kill is a whole lot of effort for a single star. And I just don't think that's enough, Reddy. I think that AC Milan are going to do exactly what they did last time. Keep the game within 3 or so stars. They don't have to go aggressive if Arena Quesito doesn't force the issue. Arena Quesito is not forcing the issue. And now with the countdown from 30, AC Milan Qlash can be aggressive. They can pincer you. They can come from all angles and just shut you down. No kills just yet, but there's still some time, and there it is.
But that is the grab and go, as I call it. Guy with the grab and the go from Max. It's going to be a real close one. Got to see one kill from Arena Quesito in order to make this happen. Trance gets booped away, gets taken down. A kill for Arena Quesito, but it's not enough. A 1-star difference, and there you have it. Your monthly final champions for Latam South are AC Milan Qlash. Congratulations. What a way to end things off. Well, I can do it too. I mean, I have a pretty similar looking chair. We can replicate it. Ah! Right.
Just the like lean back. Oh, didn't expect it. But getting the dub, man. Congratulations to AC Milan Qlash. Beautiful, beautiful look as they ultimately take it. It's a 3-1 as their opposition, Arena Quesito, honestly put up a good fight. You know, this was a strong squad that were able to do what they needed to in order to provide some sort of resistance. You can see 2-1, and then ultimately they take set number 3. The rounds have messed me up with hot shot, with knockout. We'll get there, folks. But yeah, nice finals here. I'm glad that we saw some resistance as well, because we saw AC Milan just 2-0 some people, and I'm really glad that we got a nice matchup here in the finals.
Yeah, this was spectacular. I am so looking forward to seeing what Arena Quesito has to offer us in the months moving forward, right? Because this roster is pretty much out of nowhere. I mean, we have a duo that we saw a little bit, right? But it's just unbelievable. The third is everything, right? Ties everything together. Is the glue entire team. A great mid Brawl. I'm looking forward to seeing more from those guys in the future. Now, a team that we didn't really get to see perform today actually was Chasmac Gaming, because they got knocked out by AQM pretty early on. So Arena Quesito, right, they haven't faced the only like big bad boss of Latam South yet. They still got to contend with Chasmac, because there's a 50-50 chance that they end up on the same side of the bracket. And if they make it to the finals, there's a 50-50 chance that, you know, they're facing versus the guys.
Definitely got to watch out for that, and keep in mind all of the opposition. And again, as it comes down to it, this is one of the aspects of the game that hasn't changed from last year to this year, but gets deeper, is the idea of doing your homework on the enemy teams. Last year, with the change to power match format, this is something that carries over. You absolutely had to do your homework on the other teams, not just what the tier list says, but what specifically they play and what they're good at. You still have to do that. And now you have more opportunity to mess with them. So last time you would have to do the research just to be prepared. Now you're prepared, but you can also, if you know their strategy and they always first pick Stu and they're going to follow it up with Colette or something crazy, and they first pick that Stu, you can pick Colette second. And so that thought process is going to be a big thing for teams to kind of grab, take with, and run. And again, I'm looking for this draft phase to really level the competition and allow some of the teams that haven't reached that top level of prowess to really catch up.
Yeah, I think that this was a great start to the year, especially for Latam South, our second broadcast for BSC of the year, and it is already like fiery hot up in here. We got new faces breaking into the scene. We have new precedents being established with every single game, with every single round, whether it's knockout, whether it is a normal game mode, right? That actually is played in games rather than rounds and then games. We're discovering something new, right? We are developing new insights as Power Match, which previously was exclusively for Power League, is being brought even more into the mainstream.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun looking at, all the different changes and how we've got things going, and looking for new teams to kind of step forward, looking for old teams to continue what they've been doing and really just solidify themselves into the scene and get to know them. We've gotten a chance to see more and more players on their face cams now this year compared to last year, which is super sick. Got to see some cool pop-offs, and we'll even get a chance to talk to some players this year as well, I'm pretty sure. So I'm really looking forward to the continuation of the BSC and getting involved with getting more people up here, getting more fans, and also commentators as well. We've got some new people across the board. Shout out to Kenny that already had his debut next to Ark earlier on. And speaking of earlier on, this is the way today's matches went. We had 8 teams come out. Shoutouts to all of them: ZeroZone, Arena Quesito, Zakron Gaming, Portuguesa Esports, Embananados F, Free Agents, KIB Esports, AC Milan Qlash, and Chasmac Gaming, the last of which, of course, formerly INTZ. And they found themselves losing in that first round. That's probably the biggest story here. And then our semifinals brought us to our grand finals, which y'all just got a chance to see. So really, really fun stuff that we got to see so far. What was your matchup of the day?
I gotta say that my matchup of the day was definitely Arena Quesito versus Portuguesa, right? It's Portuguesa, actually. And that's just because I really expected it to be a very close match, and I was very satisfied coming out of that one. I had a team that I watched in match number 1 take down ZeroZone, who I thought was going to take the victory, and then we also had Portuguesa with some of my favorite players that I've seen competing in the Brawl Stars esports scene since 2019. So it was a very satisfying match to watch, and it was great to see Arena Quesito ascend above it, not only into the grand finals, but also into kind of the realm of recognition and respect within this region.
Totally. I mean, that's what I look at when I see the new faces is, not only can you get there, but how do you look once there? And I think with again, I'm going to keep banging this drum, and I'm not sorry about it, but with the changes that draft format have brought, there are more levels of minutia to really dissect and go into. And so, like I said, I'm not the little league coach that says everybody gets a trophy and a pat on the butt. I am absolutely critical of teams, even if you are new, but I do believe in the concept of a quality loss. And being able to go home, watch the tape, and learn from it, I think, is important. And I look at this finals for Arena Quesito, and this was a quality loss. You can look at your picks and bans and identify what went right, what went wrong, and really take something home with them. And so that's what I want to see from a new team. Like, just don't get 3-0'd. That's all I ask. Just do something that allows you to, it's like rock climbing, man. You got to find your foothold, and then you climb from there. So That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and you talk about like a quality loss here, right? Well, there's quality in a lot of things in this position, right? We see Arena Quesito taking second place in the region so far, which by points puts him at second place in the region, competing for a World Finals spot. Not only that, but they're taking home some awesome cash, their share of that over $1 million prize pool for the Brawl Stars World Finals. That plus, it's not every day that you get to scrim or play like a serious match versus AQM giving their 100%. There is so much to be taken back from that and reflected upon, and there's a lot of data for the coaches to go through too and prepare for next month.
That's good insight into that. That's really good insight for the folks that have never, been around a professional esports scene. Is that so? Scrims happen. These teams all play each other all the time on a random Wednesday after they do their homework, and they play their draft format in exactly the way it would be on stage, except for the fact that it's not on stage and it's nothing the way they'd actually play if they were on stage. Scrims famously are a great way to practice, but a terrible way to predict performance. You just don't play the same way you do in a practice scrim, the way you do in the grand finals of the monthly finals of the Brawl Stars Championship Series. Like, that's just, it just doesn't happen. And so for Arena Quesito to get here, like you said, it's real performance. So very, very cool stuff. Very, very cool players and very, very cool guys. And we have one of them standing by with us, Cowdog, hanging out here, representing his team, ACQ Milan. Yo, congratulations on the W, man. How does it feel?
Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks a lot for the congratulations. Oh, sorry, but I speak a little bit of the English. You can you speak more slower for me here?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally my fault, man. But I wanted to congratulate you on the victory and kind of ask you your take on the new format. Bans and picks for draft, very different game.
Yes, the draft picks is very, very good. We like it so much. We are screaming very, very long time for the take the new meta for this multi-final.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely a lot to learn for sure coming into the new meta and the new finals. And I wanted to ask you about the bracket. You started the day playing up against INTZ, right? The hardest team in round one. Do you like starting off against the hard team, or would you have rather play them later?
It's very good because now we are most for the sazonal the middle del year.
The mid-season.
Understand me?
Yeah.
The mid-season.
Yeah.
Now we are most no can I cannot explain to you. I cannot.
No, I feel you, man. Mi portugués es así. So I get your general, like thought process there for sure. And good luck in all the future games. Before we let you go, is there anything you want to say to your fans or friends at home?
Thank you. For the be in the top teams are your region. You have to screaming so much. Have it screaming in first place. Priority.
Heck yeah. First place is the priority. And, like I said, if you want to give any shout outs here, you want to say it in Portuguese or Spanish, that's totally fine, man.
What? I don't understand.
Let's see it though. If you wanted to shout out any friends or family, you can in Portuguese if you want.
Falar em português. Speak em português. Obrigado aí a todo mundo que me apoiou. Muito obrigado aí, minha família, meus fãs. Tamo aí, né? Campeão Latam. Vamos buscar a classificação aí pra final mundial e continuar a manter o bom nível aí ao longo do ano.
Classic, man. Thanking all the important people. So, again, thank you so much for your time. Obrigado, and hasta luego.
Obrigado. De nada. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. That's Cowdog there representing his squad, AC Milan Qlash, with the victory. Great stuff. And for those that don't speak Portuguese, he was thanking his family, his friends, and everything you would expect him to be thanking. So awesome, awesome, awesome. Love to see that. And yeah, team up on top. Really clean stuff they already said. Hey, what do you think of their performance overall?
Brilliant performance so far, and I have high hopes for the rest of the year. They are going to have to continue competing with Chasmac, right? We'll see how that pans out later on, perhaps even next month. It is a little bit out of the ordinary, right, to see the former INTZ roster going down in the quarterfinals, but when you consider that they went up against AC Milan Qlash, okay, yeah, so suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense, right? So we'll see who they face up against next month, and we'll see if they begin to ascend up in the ranks to claiming that World Final spot. This would be their third time at Worlds if they manage to claim it again this year, but I don't know, maybe it's time for some fresh faces around here.
It really is, and I said at the beginning of the program, which, you know, by the way, you know, you can always go back and watch the VOD. You should watch us live, event.brawlstars.com. And what I said earlier on in the evening was the idea, or the morning, I guess it depends on what you're watching, but what I said earlier was that not only are we going to see fresh faces make a better run because of the draft format, but also as a result of just the maturation of the league, baby. We have teams that have you now have players that have been watching Pro Brawl Stars for a couple of years and are now jumping into their ability and just now hitting age eligibility range and stuff like that, where these players are better than the new players that came in 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And we're just elevating the league overall. And so really, really fun stuff seeing what's going on here this weekend and also next weekend. We've got action coming at you next weekend as well. The BSC has a ton of different regions that are competing. And so this weekend, we got a chance to see Latam South, and our buddies Ark and Kenny did a broadcast earlier on. But if you tune in next weekend, we still have more Brawl action, and it's super, super cool.
Yeah, not just that, but you get to win even more rewards at event.brawlstars.com. You better stop by because you, well, might get the chance to see us and hang out some more and watch some more awesome Brawl Stars across the globe as we continue preparing for the World Finals. Gotta distill all our players down to the best of the best for the most worthy and the most hard-working to earn their share of that $1 million pie.
Totally. A lot of money on the line, but more importantly, a lot of pride on the line. I was at LAN and I saw these guys and everyone cares. Everyone's pulling out the stop. So if you're a young guy, girl out there, or anybody else that's trying to make it, you can. Just qualify in the app. It's just like that. But that's the end of our show. Me and my buddy Spike are going to go hang out and do whatever it is actually, I'm hungry. I'm going to go eat lunch. So that's what I'm going to do. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. Ready? Any final words before we say goodbye? You're over here.
Oh, yes. Hello, F. It's
the
great
wrong
to
way.
see you face. Oh. It's good to see you face to face again, man. All I gotta say to the lovely people watching is just keep calm and brawl on. Everything is gonna be all right, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
That's better than I could have said it, man. So you know what? Keep calm and brawl on. That's what we're doing here. Ready, thank you so much for all of our co-commentators, everybody behind us that make the show go on, and of course you guys who make the show go on. Thank you for joining us. Brawl continues next week. Don't miss it. Event.brawlstars.com. We'll see you there, or I'll be mad. Peace, and much love to you.